What do we need? We need a chat here. No, not that. There we go. Oh. That's all we need. Okay, let's see. We need a little bit of loud music apparently. Oh, what a day. Okay, so let's have a look. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Armadan. Happy Friday. Give up. Yeah, hello, Caleb. How you doing? What a lovely day. What a lovely day it is. We're going to resize this window. There we go. So I managed to spend about 20 minutes before I hurt myself this morning. So that's pretty good. So now my back hurts. And I thought that in my elderly days, I could definitely go and flex in the gym. I could not. And now I am in pain. Anyway. And it hurts to breathe. But, you know, such is life. Oh, yeah, I go to the gym at 5 in the morning. Right? You go to the gym at 5 in the morning, there's no one there. You go, you work out, you have the whole place to yourself. It's wonderful. Try it. Except, of course, what I did... Well, there might be like 1 or 2 people there. Try it. It might be like 1 or 2 people there when you go, but since everyone's just listening to music and... Yeah, you don't have to wait for anyone to be done with the machines. But in my stupidity... I thought I could up the weights on the dumbbells and my mind wasn't where it should have been and I wasn't paying attention to my form and then something snapped or like it was like it clicked or whatever in my back and my chest, so now it hurts to breathe. So I just put the dumbbells down, got in the car, went home, and we'll just have to wait and see a couple of days for this thing to pass and hopefully it'll be fine. But I'm not super chuffed about it. Let's just say that. Nah, it just happens. When you get older, things happens, right? It's not a biggie. You just have to be a little bit careful with yourself. Okay, so we're gonna talk about programming because that's what we do here, and we need some lights. There we go. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to fix some bugs. We're gonna fix some bugs, and we're gonna introduce global event handling, and I'm very excited about that, right? No, I know, and so the thing is, every time you hurt yourself when you pass a certain age, you feel extra old. You get almost frustrated by it. You're like, ugh, is this one of those old things, right? Like falling in the shower or paying rent, right? Okay, let's see. What are we gonna do? We are going to do, we can start by fixing the tab indices. So I can't show you the performance boost we got from using the canvas from yesterday because I realized that doesn't translate well on stream. So instead we're gonna go to runtime. There's no main in the runtime. There we go. So we kind of especially since my physio is like a 70-year-old German man who is, by the way, absolutely fantastic though, but Yeah. You start getting Christmas cards from them, right? Okay, so what are we doing here? We're gonna do tab index. Where is that? Event handling. Probably not there. Probably not that. Handle events. Handle messages. Maybe around here somewhere. Here we go. Event handle. Right, there we go. But that's nice, Intricate. That's nice. I don't see mine frequently enough to have that relationship with them. Hello, cat person. How you doing, buddy? How did it go yesterday? I like the like when you get into details of some aspect of your program that is completely irrelevant, and you're like, can I save a byte here? So, yeah, I saw the snow. Doing boring stuff. Well, you know what? We all do boring stuff. It's about how we do the boring stuff, right? I don't know. What do I know? All right. So global event. Maybe this thing is gonna be related to event handling as well, right? So we need to shoehorn that in there too. Who doesn't like boring stuff, right? Okay, so we are gonna do the previous and next thing here, but we have to do this in a loop, okay? We have to do this in a loop because, oh my god, it hurts. Okay, I'm gonna go and take some painkillers soon. The pain is not unbearable, it's just incredibly annoying. Anyway, that's why they call me Boring Bill. I don't think anyone calls you Boring Bill. Okay, so when we go to the next component, we're not actually checking if the component should accept something. So let's do that. Oh, this is going to be interesting. We need the closure to have an impact. It's not a headache, it's a backache. I hurt myself doing normal man things. That sounded weird. Hello, Liminox. Man, this thing tastes bad today. What an off day. Okay, so how can we check the component and make sure that we do what we're supposed to do, right? So if we do something like component dot component, oh, this cable, not loving it. You know what? Maybe I don't need the cable. I do, because otherwise it's gonna go on the wrong side. Oh, rubbish. There's no component on the component. What do we have here? We have a dyn component. Okay, so let's do a dyn component. Whoops. Dyn component. Accept. Is it accepts focus? Or accept focus? Or neither. Alright. Accept focus any. There we go. So we need to know this. Yeah, me too, campus. Me too. Hello, Khan. How are you? Thank you for the follow, Matteo. Ooh, okay, come on. It's gonna be that kind of day. Now, if this thing is false, we need to continue to go to the next component. But since this is happening inside a closure, there's not a lot we can do. I mean, we could do some really dumb things, but we could return v for value. Do I use v anywhere else? And then this thing returns v. That was kind of a drastic change. That wasn't too drastic, but Wow, this isn't pretty, is it? If this thing is false, then we need to do something that we cannot do. All right, we need to have a loop here that wraps this entire block. Actually, no, we don't need it for this one. How are we gonna do this? So we get the previous value. The previous value is gonna. The previous value is always gonna be okay, isn't it? Wow. The more I unpack this, the more I see that it's not that straightforward. So the previous value, which when we start is just going to be 0, but that one might also not accept focus. Wow, I thought this was going to be the simpler thing to do today, but it's not, is it? Yeah. Maybe we should just spend the rest of the day brushing the microphone right here. Wear this thing. There you go. I feel like we're kindred spirits now, me and the microphone. Ah, okay, I should probably not do that. Stop playing on that. Okay. Has your project coming online, Minox? How can we get this thing to continue an outer loop? But we can't do this because you can't do this from within the closure, right? Not to mention that this whole premise is kind of a bit icky. So we really have to check the next component, but can we do that? I wouldn't mind if we didn't have to go into the tree every time, although it's just a one-off. And since it can dynamically change, we kind of have to do it though. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna get on with it, aren't we? I wore headphones way too long yesterday. I'm feeling it today. Okay, there's two things we have to do. One, we have to ensure that we try to focus on the first component that has focus, but we cannot cycle all components. We had some good progress, Takio. I can't, this isn't going to make sense to show on stream, I think, but I copied the basics of what Doddy did, and I just stuck it in here. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. And if I cargo run this thing, it's probably not going to translate well to stream. But this thing is very fast and seamless to me. It probably just destroys the video though. So, I did this in the most naive way possible, where we always iterate through all the squares on there, right? I just took this one from Doddy's and I basically copied this code out of their code and slapped it in there, and then all we do is just move all the rows down one, but we're starting from the bottom, right? Starting from the bottom, and then we move it down one, and then we inject a new row, and that's it. All right, very simple. Let's pretend that didn't happen. That's probably nicer. Or that's probably faster to implement, I mean. Oh, okay, I can breathe again. I might actually try to go back around lunch. We'll see. Okay, so now the question is, what we have to do for tabbing is we have to try to tab until we find the first available component that accepts focus. If we don't find any, then we cannot tab anymore. Then that's not gonna happen, right? That's cool, Hardkill. Thank you for the follows. So, yeah, if we can do that, that would be pretty good. So tabbing has to cycle through all components until it finds one that is accepting focus, but it's not allowed to go past the first one it tries to get, because that would end up in an infinite loop if no components accept focus, right? It's all good, Hardkill. I mean, distraction is what you do when you stream, right? You set yourself up to get distracted, because distractions are more fun than the problems we're trying to solve. I'm gonna save a global event handler for last, but that's what we're also gonna implement today. Because that never occurred to me that people might want to have their own global event handlers. And I'm thinking maybe we can rewrite the code that does Control-C to end the application, and we could just have like a default event handler for that. Okay, let's see. So there's a lot of repeat code in here. Maybe now it's time to get rid of that. Maybe we're done now. Maybe we're done now. We can also change these. So what should we do? How should we collapse these? Because we need the context. And we need the context to be able to exist in a loop. Here we could arguably pass in the context. Can we though? No, because we have the parent created here. So that doesn't work. We cannot build up the context before this. It's frustrating, but there's no two ways about it. We need the parent to be set at a later stage. Okay, so the context has to have the parent and the state. No, that's a state ID. Okay, so parent and state ID needs to be settable after the fact, after it's been created. So we could do this by composing two types though. That's fine. Here's a loop. And since it's a loop, we're already snookered. But we could have like a root of these things that contains a lot of this stuff, right? So the only thing that we can't have is parent and state ID. So if we take these out and we set them afterwards. So we do something like this, where we set these in here, then we can get rid of, we can pre-make this thing. We don't have to keep making this one. And we can make it as a copy type. So if we do a pub struct context base, no, we're not gonna call it that. I just need a working title here. So we put this in here, we make this thing copy and clone. I think that should be fine. That's copy. Oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, that's not gonna work. With a mutable reference there. So then it doesn't work. Hello, D3. How you doing? Okay, so much for that plan then. Well, actually, we could do this because the any event can create its own context. Oh, you know what? You know what we could do? We could pass in the parent and the state ID into any event and look at the implementation for any event. Here, we can set it on this context. Parent and state ID. Right? Actually, so that could work. So we just need to pass in the parent and the state ID here. No, don't record a macro. There we go. I think that could work. And it'll be better for it. Okay, let's do that change. That's a step in the right direction. So we'll pass in the parent and the state ID here. What's the parent? It's an option of a parent. Okay, so you'll take an option parent here. And a state ID, that's any event. Let's go to this guy. We're gonna have to do this for all of them, and that's okay. Because no one's gonna implement this thing by themselves. That would be madness. Okay. I'm on board with this. You're on board with this. We're all on board with this. Happy Friday. Welcome on board with this. Yeah, that's probably a good analogy, Piso. To draw that parallel. It helps if you want to have some other programming metaphor or whatever associated with it. A mental model. For that reason, I never struggled with traits or generics in Rust because I've done a lot of C#. Yeah, it's definitely comparable. Hello, Dottie. Dottie, check this out. I took your code, I took this from your code, and I changed it to do this instead. So instead of creating widgets, we're just drawing on a canvas with it. And it doesn't look the same as yours, but it's, oh, I just broke this thing, right? But it's gonna be, you'll be able to do it, right? You could do it if you did it that way, and you'll get a lot better performance doing it this way. So we're gonna iterate over the entire canvas, and we're gonna move everything down. Why I say down, and this is +1 here, is because we do this in reverse. Otherwise, we just overwrite everything. And then once we've moved everything down, we're basically moving their position. Once we've done that, we're gonna draw a new row, and that's it. And I think this would be a significant performance improvement if you did it this way. I don't know if this makes sense though, Dottie. But I'm in the middle of destroying this thing, so let's continue. Do we have parent available here? Yeah, we do. Okay. Good idea. Yeah, you probably got that more than I would. Whoops. Here we are. Right, so we're making these functions a little bit louder. Well, this one isn't gonna be used by anyone, so even though it is public, we're not really doing anything with it. For some reason, I'm gonna put the duration at the end there. No one's gonna implement this, is what I'm saying, in a very weird and awkward fashion. All right, so we're gonna make sure that we have parent and state as part of all of these now. And I think we do. Yeah, we do. Okay, so. Yeah, okay, right. I got it. We gotta go back and change this thing because of my normal excitement. There we go. All right, so now this context has to take parent and state. Okay. Parent state ID. Whoops. Okie dokie. Whoops. Okay. So now we're going to pass in the parent and the state ID there. Do you plan to support functions in the template files? Yes and no. So we can currently parse functions, but I'm leaving functions as something that will come in the future. The first iteration of function call invocation will be predefined functions and maybe user-defined functions. So I want predefined functions like stir, int for casting floats to integers and things like that, right? There's also been the desire to load templates dynamically, and the only way we can do that, load a component from a string, and the only way we can do that is with a function. Well, not the only way, but okay, so we're gonna go to untaped context. We're gonna take this and we're gonna put this on the context. Where's the context implementation? There you are. Yeah, okay. So this thing is gonna have to change now. So there's gonna be context. We can just call that inner. That would be underscore P, my favorite name. Whack these on there. Curly bracket. Then change this to curly. Come on. Change these to curly brackets. Inner and then the context becomes inner. Underscore P. Parent state ID. Hello Enrico, how are you? How's the printing going? So self.0 is gonna become self.inner. That's just self.parent now. Do we have the state anywhere in here? Yeah, that's just gonna be self.state ID. Self.parent. No, we already got that one. And that's gonna be inner. Okay. Looking pretty good. All right, so I think that's all we need now. Now we just have to go and clean up all the errors. This is, I love refactoring in Rust. It's like, why even worry about it, right? State ID for untyped context? No. We have parents and state ID moving over to that one. Okay. Parent, state ID. Some weird G code bug. Hey, it's showing. Well, there you go then, right? As long as it's moving along, You know what? I hate typing state, and I don't love typing start X either, because this is done with these two fingers so much, right? The S, T, A, S and A. Yeah, there's a lot of like pinky involvement in typing that. Makes me not love it. State parent, be gone. Parent state. Oops. Okay. And once we've done this, we can get rid of state ID. Once we've done this, we can get rid of the untyped context in this sense. So state ID parent, webc. Hey, there we go, right? Now, here's the thing. This context, could this context be made outside of here? Is this gonna work? No, it isn't. Wait, what? We need this thing too. Okay, it's this thing that's gonna cause a bit of grief. Okay, let's move associated functions into the context. Where's the context? Ooh, okay, this is getting a little bit annoying. Now we have to move this into here as well. Hello, Scott. I'm good. How are you doing? How you doing? Well, I mean, I'm doing all right. My age is getting to me a little bit. And then here we have to pass in associated function. But now we're making these things super big. You grody tart. Mm. 6 hours straight, nice. So did they do any procedure, or was this doable without that? Maybe we... Oh no, we have to create the context in here. Oh, they had to do actual surgery for it? Alright, so I missed that part. And I was kind of guessing that from the description of the situation, but I wasn't sure. I don't know if they could just sort of like poke it without doing that. So now we have to have an associated function passed in here. That makes this function large. Oh, wow. Okay. Man, you're out of it this quickly? I remember no surgery. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to say, I remember last time I was under, I remember when you wake up and the whole world is just gross and spinny and I threw up. And then I talked to my shoes because I was on heavy painkillers. I put my shoes in the shower. I was in the hospital in one of those rooms, recovery rooms, and I was talking to my shoes and I put them in the shower. I don't know, man. Okay, many years ago. Whew, yeah, so what do we do from here then? We have the... Do we pass the associative functions in there? It was last week. No, it was many, many years ago. Luckily, I haven't had to do any... Going to the dentist is the worst I had to do the last 10 years. I think, yeah. I'd rather go to the dentist than the bloody optician. I changed opticians now. Just one shot morphine that took the edge of the pain before they fixed it. Nice. I'm always scared about things like morphine and Valium and Oxy and these things. But if someone's going to dig around in there, I'd rather take the drugs now, right? But I barely even touch painkillers these days if I don't feel like I have to. Paracet or Ibu for its anti-inflammatory properties. That's all I take. So this is always like, I mean, I do a local anesthetic when you go to the dentist. When they start drilling, are you okay? Right. Anyway. Let's rust. Okay. So now we have to pass in the associated events in here, and I feel like that's gonna make this a little bit loud. But I guess that's not really a... Where did they come from, the associated events? They come from the component. But this is not that, right? This is the component here, which is this guy. And we have to call it from here. So we'd end up with like component.associate. That's not gonna work either, is it? Oh, what a mistake cake I just ate. I really thought that this was gonna be the quick fix and we get to spend the day doing something fun. Instead, this is today. What are you up to these days, Caleb? You don't say much. Are you out gathering isopods? Is that what you're up to? And cloud spiders. Oh, pretty much. Yeah. If you ever make a framework, are you gonna call it isopod? From isopods from home. It's a bit of a long name, but I feel like it drives the point home though. It drives the point, isopods from home. My kid loves those little pill bugs though. some reason. They never grow. So I think they're they're not gross, but I don't want them around me or upon my person. But she would just pick them up. And, oh, look how cute. I'm like, okay, sweetie. The wife doesn't like insects at all. And the kid found this like green larva or whatever it was, right? And she gets really excited. So she picks it up. She runs to show her mom, trips and throws the larva on the wife. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. If this happened to me, if someone chucked a spider at me, I'll be moderately displeased with them. But it was not intentional, so it's quite funny. Ah, poor woman. She has to put up with a lot. Okay. I think you'll be proud of the name when you answer my toy. Okay, let's hear it, Dottie. Let's hear it. I'm excited. Oh, man, I want to breathe like a normal person without pain. Come on. Is your kid the resident bug remover? No, that's me, Nick. They will call me. If I'm not home, they will call me and ask me to come home and do Dave removal. The other day, and I take them out. I put them outside. But the other day, there was a large one in the bathroom. So I put in a glass, take it outside, throw it on the ground. And before I managed to turn around and get back in, this thing runs so fast. It runs straight for the door and back in again. So it knew what it wanted, right? So I'm going to put the glass on it, take it out again. And I accidentally put the glass on only half of it. But it didn't try to come back in again for obvious reasons. May you rest in peace, Dave. Ooh, Weathermar. Okay. Can I look at it? Can I inspect it? I'm excited. It's Dave's house now. Sorry, Dave can't come to the door. Dave's under pressure. Okay. No read me? No read me? All right. Are you using the dev? No, you're using main. Good man. Good on you. Ooh, there's a lot going on here. We got images and everything. Oh, okay. We're going to look at this. Weather ape. Nice. I see where this is going. Mm-hmm. Right. We got Tokyo in there. Oh, that sounds good, Scott. Okay, so we're loading the template, and then we have the backend. No mouse support, cool. Runtime. We're using MPSC channels. So before I continue, Dottie, if you use MPSC, it is a good name. If you use MPSC and you're blocking in an async runtime, this can cause the runtime to just give up on you. Component, weather image, create component. Oh, you got, okay, you're doing your own component thing. So yeah, we really got to work out third-party components, right? I'm guessing location input is not used. Okay, I like where this is going. I'm hoping to see the emitter being used in the async context. Yeah, this, since you're blocking here, Doddy, this could potentially stop the runtime from progressing since you're using this RX here, which is this. No, it's not. I tell a lie. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah, but you're still using this. So this thing could cause you grief, right? Unless, no, you're using this, right? Oh, you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pull this project because this is a lot more interesting to me than dealing with my own BS, right? Hope you don't mind. One day I'll start Vim. It's not. You're doing this with Tokyo Spawn, and if this thing is blocking, it could prevent the runtime from progressing. And as a strange side effect, the runtime would just die. Because this is a normal Tokyo task that you're spawning, right? So I would change that. Also, you can do this. And then you don't need that. That's not where the camera is. And then you don't need that. Ooh, 0 warnings. What a flex. Good work. Now we're done with that drink. When you got that, so I would just change it for Tokyo, for the Tokyo stuff. Get weather. Okay, let's look at the anathema stuff though, because that's obviously what I'm excited about. What happened to the emitter? I want to see where the emitter goes. Very good. This is very good. To use the emitter to publish data to components, right? That's good use. Clever use. Okay, let's look at the project. We have the client. I don't think the client is gonna be yeah, the client's fine. Then let's look at components. That's obviously what I'm interested in. Temperature range, weather image. We're gonna run this, I guess. Oh, you totally would, Scott. You totally would. Okay, so let's look at these things. Yeah, these are just updating these things. That's good. Let's go to the top. Min-max values. Yeah, so for this we probably want functions. So we can do something in the template. Whoops. In the template like text temp min. But we want to do something like decimal temp min and then 2 for 2 decimal values or whatever, right? So I can see that happening. It's so cool to read other people's code doing these things. To create component, you're passing in the runtime builder so you can attach it to the component. That's kind of nice. Yeah, we're gonna try the demo. Although I have to make sure that it doesn't dox me. Update component and create component. Wait, update component. Oh, right. This is just using the emitter to emit the thing. Okay, yeah, cool, of course. This is very much how I would have put this together as well, by keeping the runtime and the networking thing separate and just using the emitter to do the network message passing and such. Weather image. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, interesting. So you are using a you can shrink the size of this thing now. This is a oh no, it has a size of 1. Sorry, you can't shrink the size of this thing. I was gonna say you could do a repr U8 on this thing, then, but apparently you don't need to. And then we register an update. I like it. I like the take on this thing. It's very cool. Wind direction as well. Yeah, I mean, this is actually quite all right to read. I'm not gonna spoil it by looking at the images. Let me look at the template data. Very nice. I mean, other than there's four spaces there, right? We can't have that, Doddy, right? Can we? Whoops, we can't do that either. There we go, right? It would be fun to have a format though, but but I'm not gonna look at that either. Test data, I'm not gonna look at that. Instead, we're gonna run this thing. But bear with me while I run this and make sure that it doesn't dox me, so we can use full screen for this. Hopefully. Run by either passing allocations, an argument, or you can type at runtime and press enter. Oh, really? Wow. Very cool. All right, so let's do... We're not gonna say that. We do cargo run, release, and then we're gonna set the location. We can set it to Aquino Playa. It's gonna be our location today, which is Madrid. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, see, we probably wanna sort we probably wanna be able to strip the numbers, and there's our wind direction. Let's run it with somewhere else. What should we try? Should we try unknown only 24? This is very cool. Can we change the location now? Can we do Madrid now? No. Oh wait. We can. Oh, that's really cool. That's super nice. I really like it. And if we were to open up the template for the weather image, and then we do something like foreground yellow, it's gonna look a little bit happier, right? This is really cool, Dottie. I like this. And it makes me super happy to see things being made with this stuff. And the fact that you can change the location at any point, right? So, no result find. I spelled that wrong. Paris? Paris is cloudy. New York, a regular York. Well, regular York did not have the same. Blagovgrad. Wait, let me try that again. Blagovgrad. Is that from? Is that from? The Witcher. But maybe the spelling isn't right, intricate. Maybe you can't spell. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe. So, you know, cities have different names, right? It's a small town in Bulgaria. All right. Well, I'm not gonna admit to not knowing what the capital of Bulgaria is, so we're gonna ignore that. I want to screw with Anathema and make a standalone fugitive. Someone beat me. Well, they didn't do it with Anathema, I guess, though. D3. Or is this like you were doing it, but it's not someone beat me to it, so you were gonna do it, but someone beat you up? See, then it doesn't count, okay? Yeah, sorry, intricate. But this is super cool. This is super cool. Doddy. I think this is very you know what this makes me think of though? This makes me think that maybe we can do responsive layouts in the terminal, right? So if the size is too small, then we just show a string instead. Can we do that? Let's look at the template. Oh no, we don't. We have to expose that, right? This is because you program Python. If you tell everyone you program Rust, that would not be true. Really? So how much Rust have you done, Doddy? Maybe I should be extra impressed with this, because if you haven't done a lot of Rust, then I couldn't tell from the code. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and grab something. Just a second. All right. That's fair enough, Dottie. And if you maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should try to push past that just a little bit of some basic lifetimery. Gross. Is it Steve Buscemi? Because he's my favorite. Anyway, what should we do? How are you doing, Regalias? Yes, I gotta fix this thing now, right? I can't procrastinate on this anymore. What's the most complex Git repo that's public? I'd guess something like Google Chrome or Chromium, right? Isn't that written in a lot of C++? Or is it like 18? Is it 18 million? 18 million lines of code in Google Chrome, something like that, or is it Firefox? Is this based on? You think it's Firefox? Then why wouldn't we use Firefox? I will look at this thing just because you're a good egg. Okay. Ow. Yeah, you're comparing one browser to another browser. I don't know. Yeah, don't require JavaScript for your loading page. So the first thing I see, so the best way to browse the web. Okay. I mean, that means nothing. Beautifully designed, privacy focused, and packed with features. We care about your experience, not your data. Okay. So far, that's all I know about this thing. And then the first thing I see is a theme store. Okay. I'm already losing interest. All right. This should have been the first thing, not your theme store. Okay. Who cares about that? Time for meeting is now. Require Rust loading page. Let's play a game, though. All right. Hang on to that thought. Built for simplicity. What a beautiful screenshot. I can tell that you care. Okay. Built for simplicity. Talking about being privacy focused. Beautifully designed, privacy focused, and the first thing you see is like search with Google, right? In a really bad screenshot. Split views. Actually, that's pretty cool. I mean, I have i3, but this is actually pretty cool. Well, I did like the CSS Zen Garden, but yeah, I'm with you, Intricate. It's always funny when I explore the internet. I am hoping that it will survive. Yes. Security and privacy is important to us. Then don't make your first really bad screenshot show Google, right? But we should have more diversity though, so I'm on board with that. Sidebar. So it doesn't really feel like it's doing anything other than compact mode could be cool, right? I like compact mode. I like the split thing, but that feels mostly gimmicky to me, right? That doesn't feel like it does, and the screenshots are all really bad. Like they are all kind of wonky. No, it's not from lack of JavaScript. Even more convinced. So, okay, let's have a look at what security they're talking about. Oh, you taking me to a download page for your security. Okay, thanks, but no thanks. Your privacy? At least this didn't go to a download page. Information we do not collect. So you do collect information. Crash reports can be sent to Firefox, but we do not collect any crash reports. Crash reports are sent securely to Firefox to help improve stability of the browser. They don't contain any personal information. Why? So this is this like a wrapper around Firefox then? This could be good. I'll try not to drown in my own cynicism and skepticism, right? But yeah. One concern with small projects like this, what do I know, is if there's a major security issue with web browsers, that they're not gonna be downstreaming this fast enough. But I don't know. Should we start using Mindful instead? The Mindful browser. Then hit F11. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, right? Like this isn't selling me on anything, but the thing is that could just be cynicism, right? But this thing kind of put me off pretty heavily. You go to security and you get to the download page and like, no. All right, let's play a game of Gamedall. This game is... Okay, this looks familiar. This is clearly some indie game. It's really hard to tell the year from this. I want to say 2010, but I don't know. Is it Gunbrella? Is that what it was called? And that's going to be in the 20s. So this will be 2021, 2023. It was Gunbrella. I saw this. I never played this, but I was interested in it. All right. Hello, Tempe. How you doing, buddy? It is Firefox with a Vivaldi wrapper. I see. Does Arch downstream security patches the next minute they are discovered somewhere? They are pretty quick with security patches, yes. And unlike other distros, you kind of are already in the habit of doing regular system updates. So, I don't know, right? Although I'm guessing that Ubuntu and the likes would push out a security update if one is required. No, but since Mozilla has already positioned themselves in but that might not be a bad thing. But Mozilla's already positioned. We're always going to have advertisement, right? We're always going to have ad companies. That's never going to disappear. Adverts are part of our lives now. But if Mozilla were, I don't know anything about this, but if they were, oh my God, I've developed some kind of weird thing. Okay, get away from me. If Mozilla were to buy an ad company, that could be a good thing because there could be an attempt to make an ethical ad company, right? And that wouldn't be bad. Now, I don't know anything about this. I'm just saying. So when it comes to Mozilla doing things, because they position themselves as a privacy-aware, privacy-concerned kind of company, because there's Mozilla Foundation and there's the Mozilla the company, right? It's a little bit sketchier, but so I think it might not be a bad thing to, from the perspective of lesser of two evils, right? But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what they're gonna do. I didn't know anything about this. I don't know anything about this. I think Firefox is still the best we have when it comes to privacy. Anything that is using Chromium under the hood is something I instantly distrust. And this is a pure tinfoil hat moment. I have no evidence to back this up, but I am reluctant to trust Chromium that has, is it 18 million lines of code in it? With lots of upstream stuff from Google, right? Like Google is contributing to Chromium vastly, right? They're pushing a lot of stuff. And this might be really unfair to the Chromium project to say this, because I could be wrong, but I don't trust it. And Firefox, because Firefox is positioned in such a way that they are saying that we're a privacy concerned company, people are going to hold them to a higher degree of ethics and morals in that point, to that point. So, for instance, when Google goes out and says, we've been collecting your data all this time, people are going to roll their eyes and go, we know, we know, we always knew, right? But if Firefox or Mozilla were to do that, it would be a lot bigger impact because they never said, it's like the Brave browser, right? they go out and say, look, we're users first, privacy aware. They don't say that, but privacy aware, blah blah blah. And the first thing they do is turn around and do something dodgy and then apologize for it, and that we're supposed to regain our trust. When a security company violates your privacy, that's 10 times worse than when someone who's dubious by nature is doing it, because you expect it, right? So for that reason, I don't know if that might be a good thing that they buy an ad company, right? I have no idea. Be a good idea to integrate ads in programming languages? Yeah, why not? Why not, dude? I mean, you could be working, you could just play ads all the time, and your boss would be thinking that you're just churning out lines of code endlessly. But you just think that because every time they're watching, you're watching an ad, it's like, yeah, I wrote another 10 lines of code, right? But then what happens when you delete lines of code? Do you have like a bank of lines? So if you write 10 and you delete 5, do you have to write 15 to see the next ad, or do you still just have to write 10? How you doing, Temporis? Okay, so should we get on with this now? So this isn't really solving the problem, is it? Removal of lines is a subscription model. Okay. Never stop working. There you go. I saw the AI Doom thing video by Fireship this morning. I realized something that is moderately sad. Because smart TVs are so bad these days. Do you remember when you turn a TV on and there was like instant picture there, right? At worst, you had to wait for a cathode ray tube to warm up, right? But you turn it on, there's a picture. Now your TV literally have to boot up, and the interfaces are always slow and really unpleasant. So there's like, and then there's things like, Samsung, right? Where you can't use the TV unless you sign up for an account with them. We gotta stop giving these people money, okay? Anyway, that's just rubbish. So anyway, it's smart TVs. They're slow, they're sluggish. So when I sit down to eat my breakfast in the sofa, I don't necessarily want to turn on the TV just because of that annoying delay. It's faster to open up my laptop and just jump to YouTube and watch something. And generally the stuff on YouTube these days are like 3 to 5 minutes long. So you can consume like a couple of videos while you eat your breakfast instead of getting invested in a TV show that's going to take you at least half an hour, right? Oh, adverts on a TV you paid for. To me, that's like being stabbed in the eye. It's like the worst thing there is, right? So Pine is doing things. Pine is doing things. I saw that they had like the Pine time, but so we never got into talking about this yesterday because someone linked to it. I looked at it and I went like, what? But when you have something like Pine time, let's have a look at this thing again before I have to get on with my nonsense. This looked really cool. I have a smartwatch and it's Samsung, right? I'm not happy with it, but it's the best out there for me right now, right? It's the best watch that I could find that does what I wanted to do. And what is weird with these, so they make this thing and I'll be like, wow, that's really cool. So in general, I want something to track my workouts, right? And this thing can track climbing, gym, walking, running, biking. It can track a lot of these different activities and it does so automatically. If I go for a walk, my watch will register a walk after I've been walking for 10 minutes. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to set up or do anything, right? And I like that. And it's also a phone. So if I want to make phone calls with it, I can. I don't need my phone. It has a SIM card, right? But this thing could have been a replacement until I started looking at this thing. And it goes, storage, 4 megabyte of user storage. So I said, clearly that's going to be 4 gigabyte, right? This has to be a typo. No, it's 4 megabyte of user storage. That's not a lot of space. Like, if you're going to store history of your workout history on there, and what if you want to make your own programs? Are you only allowed to use 4 megabyte of storage? That's really, really small. I have no idea what is written in. Casio G-Shock, aren't they like the fancy sports watches, right? And I think this is really weird. I like that this has a decent enough battery life, but it's kind of weird to give you 4 megabyte of user storage. That's kind of weird, isn't it? You only get 4 megabyte. I mean, you could have made this thing slightly bigger and allow for an SD card or something in there, right? But we can fit storage in really small spaces. Why wouldn't you have storage on there, right? Yeah, why not have external flash memory though? I get that this is a lot if you are writing everything in assembly, then you can do. But what about things like storing pictures? Like, one of the things with these things is that you can customize the interface, and you can store pictures and everything like that. And if this has an actual IPS screen, you can store a high resolution picture on there, right? I think this is really missing the mark, right? If you would have given an open source fitness tracker / watch that you can write software for in various languages, and you have some storage because you want to store metrics and stuff in there, then this would have. I feel like Pine products are almost perfect. They always get to that like almost good, and they never really hit the mark. I don't get it. Yeah, the Pebble was interesting, but it's not gonna be that bad to throw in a little bit of extra memory. I mean, storage is not that expensive. No, I wouldn't say you should have an SD card slot, but is this IPX7, by the way? It's not. It's water resistant, but still, they always miss the mark, right? Yeah, the Pebble was interesting. I don't think the SD card slot would have been the way to go, but you could definitely have fit a bit of storage in there, right? What's the size of embedded storage? It doesn't even have to be that big. Like, a gigabyte of storage would have been enough, but no. It does matter, yes. Yeah, I reckon 1 gigabyte could have been shoehorned into that thing, right? Somehow. I would have taken half the battery life if it would meant more storage than that. It's such a shame, right? So heart rate and step counting, this is kind of all that I care about. I don't care about some of the dumbass features that these things have. Like, I think this watch claims to be able to do something like check your body fat by doing something odd. It can't, right? They're never accurate. Yeah, and like memory can be small, right? If you strip away all the plastic from micro SD card, it's small, right? And I'm sure they can be done smaller than that. And like, we don't need a lot. Reduce the battery life and give me some memory, because I can't write any software for this thing at 4 megabytes. And if I can't store any of the data, right? I can't store a year's worth of workout data on 4 megabytes. I have to come up with some compression format. I can't just dump JSON or whatever there, right? I don't think there were smartwatches when you were 18, when you turned 18. But no, it's sad. It saddens me that Pine always misses the mark. Okay, I bought the Pine Phone Pro. It was not usable as a phone. I would have liked, like, I looked at the Pine tablet because I wanted to upgrade my tablet. I still have a Huawei MediaPad M5. I've had it for years. When were they released? All right, MediaPad 5 release date. Let's see when these came out. Hmm. 2018, 6 years ago. And the battery life is still shockingly good. All right. I streamed a movie from it to the TV when it was at 100%. It was 95% when we were done watching the movie. Right. I use it every day. Every day. I even have a keyboard for it that I used to use to write code with Termux. It is basically a Linux computer, right? And then I can just shell into another computer. I have Rust running on it natively as well, right? Yeah, that's the only thing I thought that they did that was interesting that I wanted to buy, but they didn't have it in stock, so I bought a TS101. I bought a TS101, but I got something. I got the new version for the same price because I didn't have the old one, right? No, I think it's sad. That they missed the mark on everything, because as the idea of the company is great, open source technology for thinkers and consumers, right? Hey, wasn't it 11 minutes? That is so bizarre, Privan. I find it really difficult when people are justifying these things. I mean, if you write something that's bad, then just be like, okay, look, I wrote this. It's not great. We need to rewrite this, but I have never been given time to rewrite it. That's probably where it is, right? We're now too deep into this thing. Wow, really? 25 minutes has passed already. Let's feel it. I can have a look. 1 second. Why does it not say on this? Oh no, it's a 101. Okay. It is a 101. I think I ordered the 100, but I got a 101 instead, or something like that, right? Oh, Termux is really good. But I want the smart BS. I think the smart BS makes there's a reason for me to have a smart watch, right? I want fitness tracking and a phone, right? I don't have any games or anything like that on it, right? But I can get Discord notifications on there. I can get my which is super cool when you're in the gym and you're working out and you're like, oh, hang on. I see Enrico is building a keyboard again. I'm gonna stop mid-set to deal with this. But jokes aside, right? I say that's really hard to argue. Like you wouldn't be able to convince me that it's good, right? Because the fact is, other services can do this and doesn't have this thing, and they're written by people who don't claim to be smart. I don't see it, right, Priman? I find it hard that someone could reason about that. That for some reason it's gonna take 10 minutes to insert a record into a database. That to me is madness. Right. Peak nerd. Guess it's I don't know. Oh, right. Yeah. See, I ordered the TS100, but I got the 101 instead, the 101, because they didn't have the 100. But I don't have to do anything. Mine works. I can solder with it, and that's it, right? There are these few things which I like. They're classic. Oh yeah, I have big canvas prints of pictures on my walls, right? Before I started streaming, this wall was full of photos of my family as well, right? I don't think digital photo frames are ever gonna be a thing for me. To me, it just feels like a waste of electricity. The issue is not inserting data. The issue is that I insert the data and I get an ID back. I use the ID a few seconds later and in another request where I get a 404 because we have a cache. Yeah, but caching validation is hard, right? We can all agree on that, but I don't know, right? It just seems like you could force dump the cache or whatever. I'm not gonna be too dismissive of it because I know that caching validation is hard, right? Okay. Back to this thing now. Thank you guys for letting me meander away. But okay, now you have to unpack that. I actually have no photos of myself, and that's really sad because there are no pictures of me where I can see how my fitness progress has changed my body shape. I can't see any of that. And I'm blind to it myself, right? I go work out, my wife says that I'm changing, but I don't see any of it. And I have no before and after pictures because of that, right? So I would say that if you're about to start your gym journey, take some before pictures. The same thing with streaming. If you are going to start streaming, store your first VODs. I wish I had my first VODs. That's fair enough, Priven. Can you take photos with your smartwatch? Yes. But I have to have a phone with it. I think I can do it with this thing. I think there's like a camera control. Oh, and one of the nice features of this thing is I can tell it to alert my phone to make my phone play a loud sound, so I can find my phone. Don't take before pictures of your body before stream. No, that makes no sense. Yeah, the thing is, I don't have much bulk on the sides anymore, but I don't do any exercise. If I lose more, I'm never gonna have a six pack, and I don't care about that. But it would have been nice to see my sort of pear shape change. It is difficult, Sampi, which is why we should have before and after pictures if we do this, right? The thing that made me stop wearing my watch, I didn't used to wear my watch when I stream because the wrist rest was really uncomfortable with the watch. With this keyboard, which I'm not gonna pimp today, but with this keyboard that I love very much, the hand is not on the hand doesn't touch the rest anymore, right? So it's just outside. The other keyboard, the watch was always touching the wrist rest, right? So for that reason, you're out. No, and I like that. I like that. Right? Just get diff your body. It took me a second to realize what you're saying. I found as a middle-aged man, my belly's starting to get loose and drop, so I need to focus extra hard on core strength. Well, you should do that not because of your belly, but because you want to have a lot. You want to have a lot of mobility when you're 70, 80, right? You can buy this keyboard and return it for a full refund in a 30-day window. Thank you, Temporis. I'm not gonna show off base core, but it turns out the base core was open source after all. I found the GitHub. I didn't know this. And what was I gonna say? Yeah. Controversially, I will say, it's not very controversial, but I actually like the design of the Moonlander more. Visually, the Moonlander looks better to me. So if I saw both of these keyboards side by side, I would have picked the Moonlander based on its design before I had tried them. Right? So the Moonlander looks prettier than this keyboard, right? I saw. Do you guys remember the key hand? Was it the key hand? Well, okay, that doesn't. Data, was it data hand? So the new version of this, I don't remember what it was called, but the new version of this, I saw some YouTuber use this, and it took them 3 weeks to get to 10 words per minute. No, I am very much in the same camp. If the Voyager had... I don't think the Voyager looks nicer than the Moonlander. All right. Let's have a look at these. Okay, well, okay, that's the Moonlander and that's the Voyager. I actually think the Moonlander looks cooler with the weird button that no one wants to touch. And it's a little bit unfair to see them like this. You kind of have to see them from an angle to see. I think this thing is more interesting because the low profile. But honestly, there are low profile. There are so many keyboards you can build yourself this close to the Voyager. I wonder if the Voyager is actually going to be that interesting. Too few keys, as you said. I don't mind the bare bones, but the thing is, if this keyboard has taught me anything, which you can, by the way, you can buy this keyboard, and if you don't like it, you can send it back within 30 days. Okay, this keyboard, if this has taught me anything, is that the looks aren't necessarily everything, right? Mechanical keyboards are very unique, right? It's like if you're into that stuff, but and a lot of energy and effort is spent on how the keyboard looks, right? I mean, because it's a personal thing, right? But I don't regret this keyboard. I think this keyboard is great, right? No, I'm not posting the link though, Binges, so there is no ad. But if you do want to know what keyboard I use, just type bang keyboard in the chat. Find out. Buy one now. Okay. So moving this thing in, we could get rid of the thing. But we can't. Oh, no, we can. All right. Buy one now. Like and subscribe. Say your firstborn to buy a keyboard now. Do it, because the firstborn is going to be annoying anyway, okay? Anyone who's a parent out there, let me remind you what the first 3 years of your child's life was like, and then tell me you don't want to say your firstborn. Like, subscribe, and obey. Oh, I like that. Do you mind if I take this, right? I might take this and do a permutation of that. Like, subscribe, and obey. I think that was funny. Oh, that's Borderlands 3. Oh, fine. I thought you were being clever and original on the internet. That's why Tiny Toggle hasn't appeared on stream for a while. She's not so tiny anymore. She's getting so big. It's really weird, right? And it just happened. And like all of a sudden, it's like, oh, these other details in life are so important. I asked her the other day, do you want to do a tower run? And she's like, maybe later. And my heart just, no. She doesn't want to hang out anymore. But the Commodore was great. The C64 and the Amiga 500 were amazing computers. You'll have the what's it called? Not oh shit, words escape me. Oh, she did talk about Minecraft modding once, and I was like, okay, but then we have to learn programming, and Minecraft modding is Java, and we set it up. Did Hello World, and then she looked at me and goes, yeah, this isn't fun. And then she just slid off the chair and walked away. I have never pushed my kid to learn programming. I never will. I found my own thing when I was a child that I've loved to do for my entire life. I think that she is gonna be hopefully in the same boat. She'll find what she loves to do and she will do that. I don't want her to be involved in business or programming if she doesn't want to. Yeah, C64 was an amazing computer. Java would make anyone quit, exactly, right? Okay, enough jibber jabber. We're not here to chat and have fun. We're here to work and be boring, okay? Let's get some music going. Okay. So the goal would then be to move this thing into the context, which means we would have to push it in here then. So this means that we have to move associated functions out of the untyped context into the actual context. But what we're going to do here is we're going to take this out and we're going to throw a panic here just so we can have it and not worry about it. And then we can just comment that out for now. I think I'm going to roll back all of these changes anyway. I have to reevaluate some of this. Yeah, that was very much what it was like for me as well. Both my dad and my brother, but they didn't help me much. Yeah. Well, I think that's mostly the thing with that's the thing with most things, right? The things that other people try to push on us by this keyboard is not gonna work, right? We don't necessarily have an interest in that, okay? So we end up with this we end up losing interest because someone else is pushing something on us, right? But when we get to discover things ourselves, that's when they tend to stick. But we've seen this with people throughout our lives, right? You tell a close friend or family or whatever, right, about something like, oh, you got to try this amazing thing, and they'll be like, no, I don't think so. 2 weeks later, they read about it on some shitty article online, and they come to you and be like, wow, you got to try this thing that you totally didn't tell me about 2 weeks ago, right? And that's when you got to ask yourself, what's important? Is it important that you get to say, oh yeah, but I already told you about this, and then putting yourself in the center because you're the most important thing? Or are you just happy that they're going to try it, right? Think about that next time this happens, right? There's no F key. What are you talking about? F1. Bam. Help. Right there. Learn Vim, nerd. You. All right. Anyway. So, moving on. All right. So, use of moved context. This is because we're moving the context in here. This isn't going to work because the context has a mutable something rather. So, but if we move the strings out of there, if we move the document strings out of here and put them somewhere else, then we would be fine, right? Probably. Well, I mean, maybe not. But the thing that happens is that people have this notion of I want to express that I'm right. No one has ever cared if you're right. Let me tell you about this now. And for next time you try to delusion yourself. No one cares if you are right. No one cares that you knew something 2 days ago and told everyone, okay? No one cares. So when something happens or someone figures something out and you knew about it, they are excited about the thing that is happening or that they're figuring out. They don't care one bit that you knew about it 2 weeks ago and you told them 5 days ago. They don't care, all right? Just so you know. So next time you go, but I told you this or whatever, all you're doing is you're doing the equivalent of a child watching a movie with someone else and they already watched the movie and they go like, I know what's happened next. I know what's happened next. And no one cares, okay? I love you, but I don't care, okay? Anyway. This is true. I would not even know about Streamlabs, which again, I haven't found, but I will definitely keep an eye out for Streamlabs when I go travel. All right, so if we get rid of document strings, what are we doing with these anyway, right? Am I gonna have to move my leader key? What are we doing with these strings? We're passing them around, but here we go. We do a string lookup when we go to publish an event. That's why we do it. But do we need to write to the strings? Yeah, why do we need mutable access to the strings? They're not. It's associated events that we need. You Egypt. People do that because of a lifetime of gaslighting, not because they want the center to be at the center of that. No, I don't believe you. I think people do that because they want to say, look, I'm right, look at me, I'm right. And maybe not everyone's doing that, but I find very little difference between grown-ups doing that to me and when my child does that to me, right? I see the same behavior. I even see the same look in their eyes, right? Nobody cares, right? We're not excited about the fact that you knew something. We're excited about the thing, and nobody cares that you knew about it, right? That's how it is. But other people might experience it differently. I can't speak for everyone. I do. Okay. I do, Bean Juice. I have a second screen here with a camera pointing right at your face. I'm looking at you right now. Ew! Put some pants on. What are you doing? What is that? How do you have that? You should see a doctor. All right. Anyway, so it's associated events that we need mutable access to. So I looked at the string. Well, we can get rid of the strings here though, right? This was never supposed to be mutable. So let's get rid of that one. But that doesn't solve the problem. Instead, we're going to do this where we have to have this one be mutable. But we can put this one on the context as well, maybe. Hello, Nerash. How you doing? That's all right, though. Permanent local perplexion, right? Okay, so we need mutable access to associated events, which means that we can't leave them on the untyped context. So we have to pass those in. That's rubbish. Okay, should we move these to the context after all then? ASOC functions. Oh, yeah, hang on. We're calling them associated functions. Why do we have associated events as well? Are there two? What? No, that must be... Okay, so we should just call it ASOC events instead, right? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Events. Okay. Really? That is not it then? Someone asks you something that is your wheelhouse, you answer and they get angry because you're right and they act like children because they don't like the answer. What's the difference? What? I have no context to this. Someone asks you something that is in your wheelhouse. You answer and they get angry because you're right. And they act like children because they don't like the answer. What is the difference? I don't understand. Okay. Anywho, so I removed something. We're going to reset this thing. Git branch. get diff. No, I think that you just misunderstood me, because there was no point that anyone asks anyone a question in what I was talking about. I gave as an example that you learn about a diet and then you go and tell someone about it and they don't want to try it. And then 2 weeks later, they read about it somewhere else and they get really excited and then they tell you about it. There was no question involved in anything. It's just someone disseminating information that no one cares about, right? You are less likely to care about these things when they come from friends and family. That was the whole point. Nothing about asking questions, right? No, bean juice. It goes all right, Yamikan. How you doing? I live vicariously through Temporis, though, and I see existential dread. Okay, this is just about this part, so we're going to try this again. We know what we need to do, but I'm just going to roll everything back and see if I can rethink this whole thing instead. There isn't anything else that's been added here. Well, as a matter of fact, what we could do is we could do git add -p here. Say no to everything here. Abusing the fact you have a passion. I have no idea how you went there from what I was talking about, but I feel like that's a different thing. Oh, okay. Very good. Very good. Oh, shit. Okay, let's not use the mouse there. I feel like this is a different thing, though, right? Could you give me an example? Or so we're gonna leave what I said. Let's go into this conversation instead, right? How do you feel like people have abused your passions, right? Because I'm guessing this is something that has happened to you, right? This is an experience you've had, and how has this happened? I wonder if I have ever been subjected to that, right? We're gonna undo all this stuff. Yeah, there's nothing there, so let's just do a git reset. Gone. Yeah, but could you like give me an example of how this has happened to you? Because I don't know if I have experienced this or not, and if I haven't, I'm intrigued. I do have a passion for Rust. I wonder where you're going with this, bean juice, because if this leads to an image, right? But isn't that through the fact that they were smart enough to hire you because you're good at what you do? So this is more about you liking something and someone paying you to do it, right? And I think that's just called having a job, isn't it? I am also confused how we got there, but I am intrigued by where it can go, right? We don't have to have this conversation, right? I think then you need to develop a passion for meeting Russ. How you doing today, Russ? Okay, so we're back to this again. So I wonder if we could move certain things into the context then. But that means moving them into the functions. And that makes the function so noisy. I don't know if that's any better. You can Rust. Do you have you tried Alone and Savior Rust lag? All right, so we don't have that anymore. That's old hat. So inside the event handling, we have a lot of repeated code, right? Like these blocks are pretty chunky. And I don't want to write a macro for them, even though that would obviously be a solution where we put all this in a macro, but that seems a little bit silly. I have to find out if there is a passion crate now. There isn't a passion crate. Please don't name squat a passion crate. All right. There isn't one, but please don't add one just to name squat. I waited for you to reply, and this is the reply. I asked you for like an example, and you're saying that it happens to everyone. The thing is, it might have happened to me, but I might not have cared, right? No, I honestly, the community, please do not name squat anything, right? I don't even know what you would do. Yeah, but you're just saying it happens to everyone. Is it okay, maybe I'm missing another message, all right? Maybe I'm missing another message. But you're just saying the same thing. And I'm trying to figure out, can you give an example so I'm asking, can you give an example of where this has happened to you, that someone has abused the fact that you have a passion, right? Has that happened, right? No, scroll up. Okay. But that's not abusing your passion. That's not liking the truth. So when you answer someone and they get when someone asks you a question and you answer them and they get angry, that's because they don't like the truth. I don't feel like that's abusing me because of my passion. That's just someone not liking the truth. I don't see that as being abused, right? Anyway, we don't have to get stuck. We don't have to be on this topic, right? We can move on, right? Whoops, I deleted a bunch of code there, didn't I? So there is a lot of... but how do you qualify that as abuse, though? All right, you know what? Let's not even unpack that. Let's just move on. It's all good. I need to reduce a lot of this code, like boilerplate code, and I don't want to do a macro. So I wonder how we can do that. This thing has to run in a closure. 2 macros. I mean, this whole thing is so repeated that this whole thing could have been a macro, where all we pass in is like this portion. Interesting. I feel like this is something very specific that has happened, okay? Because I can't relate to this, and that makes me really curious. When I can't relate to some event, and I obviously done other things in my life than streaming. I have had plenty of time working with other people in tech, with non-technical people, and so on and so forth, right? So I feel like I might have missed something, right? Don't worry about it, Russ. Don't worry about it. 2 macros could be better than 1 macro. Okay, how do we make this be less verbose? It could be a cultural thing, right? it could be a cultural thing. In the countries that I worked in, people have always been very polite and always been very appreciated of my skill set. And I don't feel like anyone has ever tried to take advantage of it or mistreated me because I have told them things like, no, we can't do that because of terrible decisions you made that prevents us from doing this. Although I do find that I don't say no as much as I say, yes, this is what we're going to do and this is how much it's going to cost you. And sometimes that equates to a no, but the options should always be there. I think the UK work culture is probably quite different. And there is inherently a politeness built into the language and the culture. If you ask a Londoner if people in London are polite, they will laugh at you. But if you go and visit certain other countries, you will disagree. Okay. I also found, yeah, and some people don't like it. Some people will qualify that as like a fake thing, that people aren't being straightforward. But the thing is, since I can never do that, hey, I'm walking here voice, I feel like it just upsets me every time someone mentions New York, right? But certain cultures have a politeness built into them, right? For instance, interestingly enough, when you leave a lift or an elevator in Spain, you say goodbye to the other people. Can you imagine that you walk into a lift in some public, I don't know, parking lot or whatever, right? Underground parking garage or whatever. And you take the lift up with a bunch of strangers. And if you get out on a different floor than them, you say goodbye. Yeah, adeo, you say, as you leave the lift. And they will say goodbye to you as well. How did that come to be? I don't know, but it fascinates me and I love it. I think I have never taken a group lift in the UK. Lift, as in elevator. Talking to strangers like that is weird. But it's weird not to do it when you're in that culture. Yeah, so you ride in the elevator up in a hospital with a bunch of strangers. You get off at the floor. There are a bunch of people who are not getting off the floor. You will say goodbye to them. And I think that's really funny. All right. In the UK, if you punch someone in the face, it's natural that they apologize to you. Oh, sorry, did I hurt your fist? Right? That's a joke, obviously. Love you. Say, no, you just say adeo, right? My pronunciation isn't great, but, or adios, right? I tried to pretend that other people in the lift don't exist. Yeah, I mean, but that's the British thing to do, right? You look at your watch or you stare straight ahead. Everyone stares straight ahead. Don't breathe. Don't make eye contact. You wait until it's over. We can get through this together. We're done. We're getting out. The nightmare is over, right? That's what it's like riding an elevator in the UK, right? Oh God, you gotta give people space. As long as it's not on the tube. If it's on the tube, the best thing you could do is show them your armpit and try to get as close to their nose as possible, right? If their nose is in your armpit, right in the central line, you're doing the right thing, okay? Red Dwarf is amazing. I haven't watched it in a long time. But I wonder if I'm going to replay A Link to the Past or not. It's been so long that I don't remember it. Okay, but I remember that I was supposed to do something here. So I think maybe we can move associated functions into here now. Because they have to be... They're not mutable. Wait, what is mutable in this thing? Associated events. We got 2. Okay, so let's find out how these are used. I am guessing this is only going to be used in the context where we where we publish, but I don't see it. Here we are. Yes, this is published. Do it on stream so you can trash talk me? Yeah, probably. Oh, you know what I was thinking the other day, D3? I was going to write this to you, okay? Do you guys ever do this? Do you ever think nice things about other people and then you don't say them? So, for instance, I might think about my wife and I'd be like, wow, I'm really happy that we have had this long relationship together and we just get each other. And my life has actually improved so much after I met you. And I think that, but do you ever think these things? Hopefully not about my wife, but do you ever think about these things, but then you never tell the other person? So when my wife comes home today, if I think this, then I will say, I thought about this today. I thought about how much I love being with you and how much my life has improved since I met you. And then I will walk away because I get a little bit, if she gives me a compliment back, I was sitting next to her in the sofa and I turned around and looked at her and says, you have done really well. Going to the gym is really showing and you look really beautiful for doing it. And then I screamed, shut up. And I ran away from there before she could say anything back to me because I didn't want a counter compliment, right? But back to what I was going to say. Though, right, D3. I was thinking about this. Was it like the day where we talked about all kinds of things except programming? And I think it was like two days ago or whatever. I think you would do really good as a streamer if you did like politics and like things like that, because you're not concerned about talking in absolutes, right? You'll say things like this language is dead or in 2 years this won't be there, right? And this is what drives traffic. I think you would do really good streaming that kind of content where you lay out this absolute. You'll get a horrendous chat. They will just attack you left, right, and center. But I think you'd be okay with it. I think you'd handle that, right? You're going to get me killed. But the thing is, I don't think you would get cancelled. I think you would get a lot of conversation, like a lot. And people would be like, no, that's not true. You have no proof of that. You're just making shit up. But they would engage. I think you would do really well, right? I think you would do really well. I don't think you would get cancelled at all. I think you would get a lot of people who would say that they don't like you because you would say things like, this language at this large company is dead. And there's a lot of people who like that language and they're going to be like, oh, you're talking shit about my language. I don't like you. I think you get a lot of that, but I don't think you mind that. I don't think that faces you, right? Oh yeah, but it will drive this insane dialogue. I think you would do really well doing it, right? Hello, Vinci. I just stare at someone to acknowledge me, otherwise I just walk away. Fair enough. Wait, yeah, why are you slagging off tractor pilots, right? I think I said that Toggle wouldn't read chat anyways. What? You're telling me what I want to hear? Something is wrong here. Because of the discourse we had that day, I was thinking about this because I am too concerned about other people's feelings, okay? And it sounds like you're not, but I don't think that you let that face you. I don't think that you are bothered by that. I reckon you would do really well. And if you ramp it up, so you're not too extreme when you start, if you get a bit of traction, I think you kill it, man. I think you did really good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's it. That's a summary, right? It's a lot of really hot text. All right, enjoy your meeting. Enjoy your passion for the meeting. How do I feel about PHP? I don't have strong feelings about it, right? No, I don't think you mean. I sometimes think that you and I can have a discourse, but I think you can have that discourse with other viewers sometimes, and then I get a little bit paternal about viewers, and I become a little bit like, I don't want anyone's feelings to get hurt. But you and I can have the conversations, right? I think we've established a rapport where we can say you're full of shit to each other, and that's fine, right? But that's the only thing, right? It's complicated but mostly negative. No, don't call me daddy. That would be weird. Please don't start doing this. I realize that is the Streisand effect, isn't it? But what if you hurt my feelings by trying not to hurt anyone's feelings? Well, the thing is, there are crap. It sounds like anger there. There are a couple of people in my chat who I feel like I can say you're full of shit to, and they won't be offended. And I think you are one of those. You, D3, CP. Although I haven't seen CP for long enough that I worry that maybe we don't have that rapport anymore. Please don't make that a thing. But in general, I think so. And if I misread the situation and you feel offended, Bean Juice, I could apologize, but I don't think that you are, right? It's not like I don't really think that friendly ribbing is fun. I think that's in general it's not, but sometimes, right? Sometimes. Offend you? No. Crap, daddy. I get offended out of spite. I don't think you would get offended either, Caleb, but then I would have to admit that I'm so much older than you that I can't keep up with your internet lingo and you would just destroy me, right? Okay. Should we focus on the code before accidents happens? Oh, which sounded oddly like a threat. Let's not go down that route. I think you're really funny, Caleb. You should definitely do more streaming and you should have your deadpan thing, right? You should definitely write some of the stuff down, right? I think some of the stuff you say is really funny. It's weird when you become analytical about what is and isn't funny as well. Especially if you are a writer, if you write things down and you go, hey, it's a joke. This is funny. Yes, it is. People might laugh at this. They might do. But we are not laughing right now. No, we're not, but we know it's funny. That's great. Let's go with it. This other joke that we laughed about earlier, this is not funny now. No, it isn't. Okay, we'll take it out. It's very weird to be objective about things that may or may not be funny. No, but we've played games together, right? I feel like that's not... We have a different rapport, right? We have that kind of, I would possibly help you move if I live close by. And if you needed someone to talk to, I would be there for you when the rain starts to fall. But I wouldn't say that you're shit or full of shit or anything like that. I don't feel like that's the kind of relationship we have, right? I'm gonna have to help you move now, aren't I? That's what I used to say to Cat Peasant as well. I don't know what this means. Don't use young people lingo. Take the L, no cap. Aren't you supposed to say skibbity as well? There we go. There we go. I was waiting for that. All right. Don't use skibbity today. Much proud. Okay. Casualties, yeah. Okay. Okay, my lovelies. We're going to do this now. Enough nonsense. All right, let's do some programming before we all get emotional and start a group hug. Okay. Gen Z and Gen Alpha themed Wordle. Oh, that's a really good idea though, right? Chat is extra. This is really good. This is a really good idea. A Gen Z or Gen Alpha themed Wordle. Unfortunately, I would never be able to populate that dictionary, right? I think we would have to go back in time, though. We would have to go back probably like across 20 years, maybe. Dev ID. I'm using.
Ouch! By the way.
Just be yourself. Unless you're an a-hole, then be someone else. It's not complicated. Treat other people as you want to be treated. That won't work with everyone because apparently some people hate themselves. Want to be hurt. Oh man, that sounds like a lot of toxic relationships, right? You couldn't call it a dictionary. It's an A4 sheet of paper. Yeah, that's why we have to go back in time, right? That's why we have to go back in time. Okay. But we managed to use the word skibbity today, and I think that we should be proud of that. H1 tech. Is it weird? Do you guys ever talk about font size in the real world? Like, I see my kid writing something on a piece of paper and I go like, what font size is that? 200? And my kid goes, yeah. Right? What a weird thing. And what a weird thing that my child understands the reference, right? It's not an obscure reference, but it's like font size has become the way we talk about how large text is, but not just on computers and devices, right? But in the real world, right? Look at the font size of that billboard, right? And it's the only words you can use, so sentences start getting a bit weird. Well, in Wordle, there are no sentences, right? But you would have to, we would have to come up with something. It would probably have to be close to Hangman than not, right? The brain rot. Gonna start learning a new language. It's not for programming. Yeah, I'm gonna learn to speak youth internet lingo. The thing is, I learn a lot of internet lingo from you guys and from Twitch. So it's really funny when my kid uses that lingo, I understand it, and then I'll really flex in front of the wife, and I'd be like, yeah, I'd say something to the kid, and I'd be like, you wouldn't understand because you're not as young as we are. And my wife is not that much older than me. Learn German. Nein, das ist nicht möglich. How was that? Measure everything in RAM, measure everything in EM instead, Vinci, and you have to go back to the universe, right? Not a lot, Cyber Dial. We're kind of talking about a bunch of nonsense now, but I'm gonna get into programming soon, right? I just love distracting myself with the chat, with chat, because it's weird that chat is like a unit. It's weird. Anyway, so it's like, yeah, me and chat were talking about this today. Is chat a person? No, you elderly, of course not. It's a group of internet strangers that will really hate on you if you say the wrong thing. Oh, okay. Anyway, learn Austrian, it's even better. Styrian instead of German. Well, do you ever think Arnold stands in front of the mirror and says, get to the chopper? Right? I'm not going to try to do an Arnold. Everyone can do an Arnold, maybe an Arnold, right? No, you're not gonna Giga chat. All right. This one's safe. You're not gonna get me. Is this chat in the room with you right now? Can we speak to chat? Oh, I feel like that could have been a really good skit. So you have like an elderly therapist or psychologist or whatever. And then some young person is on the phone, and then the therapist goes, is chat with you in the room right now? Says, yeah, says the young person who's done engaging with chat. That could be a good skit. That could be good. Why does everyone turn into an evil version of themselves when they try to speak German? I think you know the answer to that one, right? Thank you, 1980s Indiana Jones movies. Do you think anything in telecommunications... Do you do anything in the telecommunications industry? What I do is what you're observing right now, Dial. I'm sorry to say this, guy. It's not the proudest moment of my life, but here we are, right? This is taking a wrong turn. Nah, there are no wrong turns. They're just different turns. I cannot... Is that drinking? Refer to regular people in the world as chat too. See, you're funny. You should do more stuff with this shit, mate. Chat is the only second person perspective in history. Probably. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? Oh, well, that, and if you look at movies, the villains were always Germans in the older movies, and in newer movies, the villains are always British people. It's like, I don't know when that happened, but in American movies, the villain is always like, I think maybe this like 90 to 2010 or something like that. The villain were always British people. And no, they weren't those British people. They were the, quite so. I have set out to destroy the universe. Yes, after a spot of tea. Right? Those were the villains. Not, oi, mate, I'll headbutt you into Oxford Street. That makes sense. Right? And then you get like the Americans doing British voices. They're always so exaggerated. Rust indeed. Anime has German yelling too, especially when badly pronounced by the Japanese voice actor. I guess that's just funny then, right? It's a local specialty. It was hard to combine US. Okay, I'm clicking on this. I'm going to regret this. Oh, it's a drink. Is this like the biologically harvested Kirbish kernel? Traditional. Oh, is this olive oil? Yeah, the online coffin. Is this olive oil? Something mild. Yeah, you know what, I'm done. Pumpkin seed oil. Ah. Oh yeah, well, you know what, Burial? Sorry, Dial, not Burial. Dial. You might find like-minded people here, but they might not be like-minded because of that. There might be other things that we all share. Fruit juice, seed, yes, pumpkin seed oil, right? It's not pumpkin spice though. I feel like something got lost in translation here. Bad tongues in this household say I drink. I feel like bad tongue is a German or Austrian idiom. All right. I feel like this is the German version of speaking is silver, which is a Spanish idiom. Hablando en plata, right? Speaking in silver. Shit, I don't know Spanish anymore. We do open source. Yeah. It's funny how that became a thing. You need to put the claps in here. It's the spice. Right? Okay. Sharp tongue? Oh, yeah. Maybe. But yeah. You drink oil? I remember you saying that last year, D3. When everyone looks like they're into horse riding, the picture you showed me that year was a picture of 3 girls looking like they were ready for horse riding. There you go. There you go, right? You got your Wellington boots off. Although there's more than 3 girls here though, right? But this is what I remember. So drinking oil could be good for you, but oil is like 100% fat. So if you're counting carbs, then and you want to keep your fat count low, then drinking oil is a really bad idea. Defrost your horse for autumn. We drink castor oil. All right. Okay. All right. Honestly, I love you guys, but damn it, I have to do some programming. Okay. I've been on for 2 hours, and I've done no programming. I've done no programming. Right. It's like 1040 oil, right? Okay. I always find the oil thing very confused. Never mind though. Yeah, you can totally drink oil, right? And some medical procedures requires that you drink oil before. Every year, people complain that Christmas is getting close, like that we're getting closer and closer to bringing out the Christmas decorations in August, but it never happens. I did a really, like, I spent a lot of, oh shit. All right, hang on. I just forgot something important. All right, what do I do? Okay, I'll forget it again. Okay, but actually, I can set a reminder on my fancy phone. I have the current time in Tokyo, but Danaka doesn't live in Tokyo anymore, so I can probably get rid of that, right? Okay, when should we set the time for this thing? We'll do it. We'll set it to 4 o'clock today. And then we repeat it daily until I've actually done it. There we go. Save. Woo! Oh, wasn't it an earthquake? I heard it was like an earthquake. A friend was there during this. This was like a couple of weeks ago. Okay. Have you seen a global placeholder system in Rust? Not sure what that means, Macabu. Could you elaborate? That was an earthquake, wasn't it? Not a typhoon. All right, anyway. Oh, there was one thing that we did. We did something that I want to do. Okay, it was a typhoon. No, I have not seen that. I don't know when I would use something like that. Do you want to share your code, Macabu? Or do you want to make like a... Do you want to make a small reproducible example? We can have a look at it. Do you take notes when studying technical concepts? Yes. And not only do I take notes, but I do study, practice, study, practice, study, practice, study, practice, right? I do very little. I don't spend a lot of time just reading, right? Yeah, please do, Macapu. That was not supposed to rhyme. Okay, so we did one change that I do want to put back, and that's this thing with value can return something. There's no reason for it not to. So let's have this thing return V, and this thing is also going to return V, and that's going to be the value that we're going to return, and the value goes there. And then we have to make this thing generic over V, but type inference will get us covered, right? All right, enjoy D3. See you soon. Concepts are hard to practice with. Yeah, if it's a lot of theoretical stuff, then not really, right? But they're not impossible, right? You can always form mental models. And when it comes to practice, some things, like if we're talking about like large scale networks, then simulations or just drawing up models might be sufficient. Thank you for the follows, by the way. There we go. Okay. It has 3 parts. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Let's see if I can understand what we're doing here. There's like, there's a lot of things going on here. Global T. So global T is a global immutable pointer. That can't work. I mean, it can, but it makes no sense to do this because you have a ref cell, and a ref cell is single threaded, whereas the arc is not. So either this should be an RC or this should be a mutex. Well, all right, sorry, mutex, right? That's my first observation here. Ooh. And the fact that you called it a reentrant mutex but using a ref cell. It's not thread safe. This is, well, no. So ref cell can specifically not be used across multiple threads, but we're saying that it can be with this. Was that it? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So a couple of things, Macaboo. Not that you asked, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. Right? In general, lowercase everything in expect messages, and expect messages should explain why you expect this to not fail. All right. So why should this be fine to fail? But if you got a word like lock here and then you're using parking lot, why is there an expect here? Why is there, because parking lots, maybe reentrant mutex would return. Okay, you know what? Never mind. But yeah, you should explain why this can't fail, right? That fixed it? Okay, wonderful. I'm curious about the code though. Now, don't need to specify the type here. I'm gonna do this even though not, right? Even if you're not gonna look at anything I'm doing, I just want to go through the motions of this thing, right? So here we end up getting a pointer to an reentrant mutex from an arc. That doesn't make any sense because arc is gonna give you a reference though. So this doesn't have to be a pointer, right? Very rarely, Simon. Not really. So I don't see why you need to do this part, right? You can just clone the mutex and then you can call lock on the mutex. And you don't have to do this either, right? So this is global T. This is pointing to this immutable. Oh, hang on. Wait a second. Immutable inner pointer T. But that one is an arc already. So you don't have to do any dereferencing of this thing. So this should be just as fine, right? You're just gonna clone this. And this is an arc. So you don't have to do any dereference, anything there. You don't need to make this into a pointer. You can just call mutex lock here. Like that. I might be wrong, right? Because I can't run this code, but try it out so we can get rid of the unsafe thing here. This is undefined behavior, by the way, most likely, because you could get a reference to a ref cell that is only used by another thread, right? So this could explode. We don't need to do this though. Instead, we would just do mutex guard, try borrow, and map the error, and we don't need this to be unsafe. Again, you have to try this out because there could be some mistakes here somewhere, right? But this thing should probably be a mutex or a reader writer lock, right? And then the global mutex, we don't have to drop the memory for this. We could just, since this is a global, it's going to live somewhere. Where is it going to be created? Wherever it's created, it can be created with like a once lock or something. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, I still have to write one in Anathema. I think this is kind of interesting though, Macabu. I'm gonna guess, Mac, that you are either a C or a C++ developer, and this is how you would do it in that language. Am I far from the truth here? You need to build your site, and I need to build a browser so we can browse your site. This is problematic with deref to these things. I kind of thought so because it's the code you write is complex and speaks to you having done complex things in other systems programming languages. And you have translated these complexities over to Rust. But Rust has already solved loads of these complexities for you, right? There are lots of things that does this for you already. There are things like once lock, maybe, to do the safe initialization. It's thread safe and can be used in statics. So you can do things like if I could just type, we would get there, right? You can have a static global something that's a once lock of something. We can have a vector of strings in there just for fun, right? It should probably be a mutex vex string, right, as an example. And then we do a once lock new here, okay? All right, we need to get this in as well. So now this is all we need to actually have a global safe variable that we can share. So we're going to initialize this in the main function. So we say glob.set vec like that. We use the macro to create the vector, right? Okay. Oh yeah, so we have to get and lock this thing, don't we? Can we do like default here? Will that initialize? No, it won't initialize. That doesn't make any sense. Welcome, RJ. Mutex new. Right? So now we initialize this thing. So we could now, if we wanted to, spin up two threads. And in this thread, we're gonna push that value, right? So we do glob.get, and we're gonna unwrap because we know we've set that, okay? Whoops. And we're gonna do strings. We have to make it mutable. Strings.push hello to, I can just do into, can't we? All right. Oh, lock. And we're gonna unwrap that as well. If you use a parking lot mutex, you don't have to unwrap the last one. It just means that if a thread panics while it's holding the lock in the standard library, that mutex is now considered poison and you shouldn't use it because it could be an invalid state. But if you do this and you don't care, with the parking lot, you don't have to do that, right? All right, so we're gonna have two threads here. So we're gonna join these two threads now, right? h1.join and h2.join. Whoops. And then we do some stuff with tmux by accident. And now we're going to get these strings, right? So we're going to say for s in glob.get, unwrap, lock, unwrap, and that's it, right? So let's print out what the s is. there we go. Here's our hello world. So this was very, very simple, right? The manager syntax, very good. This is simplifying things vastly. Yes. So once lock is a primitive that we can use that can be written to only once. We only need to write to it once because we need to initialize it. Then, so we don't even need the arc thing. We don't need to clone this because we can just access this globally. It's thread safe because of the mutex, because we are locking this thing while we're doing something with it, which of course means that we have to drop the lock and you know, we have to be careful with how long we hold on to lock. The thing is, seeing your code, I think you already know this. And then we just put the value we want to manipulate in there, right? Be it allocated on the heap or not, right? So yes, this is very simple. Rust makes this stuff super simple, well tested. And if you try to do something that is not legit, let's say we want to skip the mutex aspect of this thing, this is never going to work, right? If we try to do this and have mutable access to this thing without requiring locking, this can't work, right? That we can never get mutable access to this thing. It can only return an immutable reference to T. The only way we can have a mutable reference to T is if we have mutable access to a static variable, which is very easily leading to undefined behavior. As a matter of fact, Rust 2024 will consider a static mute to be a compile error, which is very interesting when that turns up, because that's going to be a thing, right? If we try to do this, right? Let's just get rid of that. And this, and this, and this, and this, right? Well, okay, it's going to complain because we're trying to use it. This will compile today, but with Rust 2024, this will no longer compile, right? Yeah, it breaks things left, right, and center. But the reasoning is kind of straightforward, right? We have once lock for our initialization. You could arguably, if you don't need to use a heap allocated value, you can use a mutex straight up, right? You could use a mutex of a bool, okay? And of course, you wouldn't. You would use an atomic bool for this thing. But you can do this. And then you don't need the once lock because you don't have the third initialization. You don't have late initialization, right? So here we could just do glob.lock and unwrap this thing. And that would be our Boolean value. And then we can just dereference this thing and say that it's true. If you can spell true, you can do this. If you believe in yourself, you can do this. All right. Oh, of course, we can't make that mutable. That's gross. Right, there we go. Why would you say the laser lock would be easier to use than once lock? So once lock is going to be thread safe, once out that can be used in statics. You can use laser lock. In many simple cases, you can use laser lock instead to get benefits of this type with less effort. Laser lock looks like T because it's initialization with F on deref. Once lock shines when laser lock is too simple to support. Maybe it is, right? It doesn't require initialization. So is this only for default? Right. So you write the initialization in here. Yes, that is actually nicer. Yes, it is new. I have a few things like init, PMC base, format, path, PMC in globals. Yeah, so with this thing, you can set up an initialization function, which is called the first time you access this thing, which might be, it probably is less work to use lazy lock. You're right. You might not need all these macros. No, Macabu. I think when it comes to declarative macros in Rust, as a hand-wavy general guideline, I would say only use them if you cannot express the code in Rust through types and functions, right? If there's like a lot of repetitive code and such, then yeah. But all the code that I saw could probably be expressed with just vanilla Rust and no, especially if you can simplify it, right? So use lazy lock, is it? Yeah, use lazy lock instead of once lock. So lazy lock, mutex bool. That would just be a lazy lock new, and then we pass the initialization in here, which would just return a mutex new like that. Right, that would be better, right? Okay, so that was that. Let's go back to once is gone. Oh, right. Sorry, I do that more than once. Okay, let's see. That was this code. Here we are, right? We're trying to RM with the RM, right? It's double RMs here. That's how RM we are. Yes, so the issue right now with Anathema is that we have some code that we need to do tab indexing. There's two things we got to do. We're going to do tab indexing correctly. We're going to fix a bug with that. And we're going to do global event handling. This came up in Discord this morning, or I saw it this morning in Discord. Someone asked about global event handling, and I realized that we have no means of doing that, right? How do we do global event handling? There is global event handling built in, but there is no global event handler that's visible to the end user. So we're going to build one of those. And that's going to be the fun part of what we do today. The boring part is what we're doing now when I have to get this to work, right? Where you can hit the tab key and it will select the next component. That's what I mean. So we have a list of components. And when you hit the tab, it will select the next one. And this is working today. However, every component has a function that returns a Boolean called accept focus. And if any of the components returns false for that, it's being ignored. So we have to try until you find one that does accept focus, right? And also, to avoid getting into an infinite loop, we have to look at where we start from. So when we ask for the next component, if we get back to where we started from, we have to break any attempt at setting focus. Unfortunately, we can't cache the result, or we can't make use of memorization for this thing because that function can change, right? It can change at the drop of a hat. That was a hat. Okay, so here is the global event handling that we're dealing with where this is going on. Oh yeah, I can show you what this does, Macaboo. It's a TUI. Oh no, I can't run this code because it's too noisy. Maybe I have a demo we can run. Right. Oh yeah. So in this demo, I just put in the cursor. This is all a mad nonsense, right? Let's just go into template. Let's get rid of the cursor. Bop, there we go. Right. So this is written in Rust. It has a Rust runtime. It has Rust event handling. It has all these things, and it has its own template language. So you can define and create your you can define and create your own stuff, and this works with hot reloading. So if you're if you're changing the templates as you do this, it would just work, right? Align. I can put some alignment center here. Whoops. No, down. Thank you. All right. There's you have a lot of power with what you're doing with these things as well, right? We can add some padding if we want to. And all of a sudden we have padding around the word. It can do complex layouts and make sensible use of space and everything. And all this kind of works at runtime. We have event handling. We have a message emitter, so you can send messages into the runtime. So if you're building something, do we have the weather app that Doddy built earlier? Yeah, so if we run this thing, right, and we type in a city, this will pull down the weather. And that is done by running the network on different tasks and use the emitter to emit information back into the UI. We now have support for third-party components. I have to write up more about that. There's a lot going on, right? Oh yeah, we're gonna do a jam where people build something with this. I'm very excited about that. We'll see what comes out of it, but the main goal of this thing is to provide the templates with the applications. You don't have to. You can bundle the templates with the app, but if you ship them as a sidecar to your applications, then it gives your end users the possibility to customize the look and feel, right? There you go, Macabu. We have a guide for this thing as well. We have like a getting started guide. If you're interested, it's up to date. I keep writing this thing. It has literally getting started code that you can copy and paste and see it working. And then we'll go into what components are, how we do state handling. There's not too much to read in here. And a lot of it can probably be skipped until you need it. But event handling, messaging, element querying, and reusable components, probably the most essential part. And these are all the elements you can use. You can have text to print some text. You can have spans to decorate text in the middle. So we could put a different background color in this span for this particular middle part. Borders, which supports different styles as well. You can make your own borders. We have alignment, you saw that. Vertical stacking, horizontal stacking, Z-axis stacking. You can draw elements on top of each other, which this example is a little bit weird, but we're going to draw 3 3s. Right, then we're going to draw 2 2s. So we're drawing 2 2s there, and then we're drawing a 1 on top of the last 2. So this example is a little bit weird, but hopefully it makes sense. We got rows and columns for, centering the values inside. Expansions to make up all the usable space. Absolute and relative positioning of values. Spaces is just a way to fill up empty space. I can give you an example of that one since we're just looking at the demo. Whoops. If I run this thing and I go into the middle here, let's get rid of the alignment. Let's just put this thing back there. Let's make an H stack here where we're going to put this border back in the top left corner. Then we're going to put the text here and say, I am all the way to the right. All right, but that is clearly not true. But if we put a space in here, then it is true. So, and of course, that means that we can put another spacer here, and then we can say middle is middle, and it ends up in the middle, right? There's a lot of things you can do with this stuff. And of course, we still have the input, and all this stuff will just reflow the content as we do this thing, right? So it should contain most of the building tools to build most user interfaces, right? That is out there. And we have a canvas as well. So if you want to draw on a canvas, which is what this demo does. But this demo is really bad to show on stream because it's going to knacker the stream, but I'll show you briefly what this does. It's just going to constantly draw, and it's doing this at 120 frames per second, which is certainly not a requirement for this thing, right? We can put it down to 30 frames per second. It's not going to be any different the way it looks like to you guys, right? But, so yeah, now there's a lot of stuff going on, right? Oh, I made an 8-top as an example. This thing took me less than 30 minutes to build, and all the information is there. And remember, because the information is there, you can customize the look of it based on this thing, right? So now I realized this yesterday. Yeah, the bitrate is going to get knackered by that, right? I realized this yesterday that I don't have design skills to build these things. I showed Hakure's design. I think I downloaded that. No, I didn't. Okay, let me go and download that picture though, right? Because I do find that it does it justice, right? No, that's an SVG. Okay, let me just grab that. Oh yeah, it was a WebP file. That's why I didn't take it. But I need to convert that because I'm going to include it in the README. And I don't know if WebP is the best thing to have, right? Let me scroll up. There we go. Can we open in browser and then save this image.png? Okay, so we're going to do anathema and put it in the downloads directory. There we go, right? So if I do fe downloads, Anathema. This is what someone has built with Anathema. Now, I shouldn't have used Fair, right? Let's do Firefox. Download Anathema instead, right? There you go. You can see this in all its glory. This is very cool that someone has built this, right? This was built by Hardcore. Let's do a shout out to Hardcore, right? There we go, right? So yeah, this is really cool. You can build a lot of really cool stuff with this. The last thing that Hardcore made, they posted a little video on this on the Discord as well. You got like little clouds going by in the background there. I thought that was delightful. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Hello, Londo, how you doing? But of course, it's not bug free. Want it to be bug free, but it's not. Wow, it's 2 a.m. I get up 3 hours from now in your time zone, right? But yes, so building a top was really, really simple. It's very ugly, but it's really simple. We got CPU count, memory. I'd never implemented networking because I didn't care enough. But you can get network state as well. Here's a list of all the processes that we have running. And then for every tick of the main component, we just load all this data. Right? We refresh everything and then we load all the data. And then in the template, we just output the data, right? It is not complicated, right? So to get CPU, memory, networking, all this stuff, I'm using something called sysinfo, right? So if you do create sysinfo, that's gonna show you that create will do all this for you, right? So you don't have to do any of the difficult work. All you have to do is just design this thing. You can get memory access, swap, use memory, system information like OS version, kernel version, name, by the way. CPU count, you can iterate over processes, you can iterate over your disks, you can look at your network. And there's a lot more to this than what meets this example, right? It's not a waste of time because it's very educational to do it though. But now that you know how it works, and also this thing works across multiple operating systems as well, right? So this works for Android, for Linux, Mac OS, Windows. I don't know how Raspberry Pi is an operating system, and I'm not going to unpack that one. And I don't know how they found those two people to try. Anyway, I'm kidding, JK. All right, but yes, this is really cool. This is super easy to use. You just wait for the minimum CPU update interval, which is about 200 milliseconds. In my case, I wait 1 second because this is very fast. Otherwise, the way it updates, right? Yeah, but now you know how this works, right? Oh, PSUT stopped working, really? Because this was actually the one that I was going to use first. This was the one that I was going to use first, but I didn't remember it. So I ended up finding sysinfo instead. And of course, what's Rust battery? You can get battery stuff in there as well, right? Cool. Yeah, you can get a lot of things in there. Oh yeah, I'm happy I didn't if it was broken. So yeah, and then of course, and then last and also least, we have like a container that you can just draw things with, right? So this is really showing word wrapping as well. Oh, that's hectic. That's not fun at all. Yeah, that's the elements we have. You can, of course, make your own elements, but most of the time you don't have to because it's all there. And you can build things very, very quickly. So the whole point of Anathema is to let you build the application you want to build, and then to build the user interface to it should kind of just be shoved into the corner when you can design and build. You decouple the user interface from the actual application, right? So the user interface is sort of a non-issue. Be it if you're building a chat or a process monitor or whatever it is, it's very, very simple to just use the mechanics that's in there to display the information instead of having to then go to something like Crossterm. I showed this yesterday, and full respect to this project, but if we look at GitHub for Spotify TUI, right, and this is just going to be the module that we're going to look at, the UI module. I think if you see something like this This is the user interface. Let's start scrolling, right? This is the user interface. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lines of user interface just whacked into one file, right? I cannot imagine that anyone would be super thrilled to contribute to this thing, right? It's going to be hard to test. It's difficult. Things aren't working in isolation. There's just so much going on here. We got 1,800 lines of user interface, right? That's a lot, right? That's a lot. And then you look at the simplicity of Anathema user interface. There is it's so basic, right? And the fact is, if we're going to look at the weather application that I didn't write, which is very cool, and we look at the templates there, this one here, we can see they're making use of components, right? So these are just components pointing into, we can look at the location input, right? Here's the location input. It's not very complex, but it's not difficult to wrap your head around this and unpack this thing, right? Yeah, it's close to, right? And I think that could be broken down into smaller components. And there's nothing wrong with doing it the way they're doing it, but it's going to be really difficult to work with, right? It's going to be really difficult for anyone to go in and update something. And the final piece I will say about this as well, right? If we were to run this thing, I think this was the example. No, this is something I've broken. Ooh, canvas, are you in there? All right, yeah, right. I did something else here, didn't I? I started throwing a canvas in there. Let's get rid of this and this. We don't need any of this stuff, right? And we don't need that either. So if I run this thing, we can see that it says, hello everyone, screen 1, screen 1. If I press a key, I'm going to go to another screen. All right, I'm now on screen 2. So let's look at the template. If screen 1 is active, choose screen 1. Otherwise, choose screen 2. Very simple stuff. But while this application is running, I can go to screen 2. All right, and then some. All right, I can work on this thing. Oh, hang on. I probably turned off hot reloading to test out turning off hot reloading, didn't I? Yep, I had turned off hot reloading to try out turning off hot reloading. Very good. Okay, so let's go back to screen 2. There we go. Let's go to screen 2 here. And then I can change things and I can build and design while the application is running, right? So if I want to put a border around the artist for whatever reason, I can do so. If I want some padding around this guy, I can of course do so and see all this thing happen in real time. So if I have a list of a bunch of things, this makes it really easy to basically build your application, right? So let's put a border next to it, and this is going to be something like text now playing some artist, right? Right. And yeah, I mean, it's really simple to work with this stuff. And remember, we have spacer as well, right? So we want to do something like that, right? Building status bars and headers and all that stuff is all very, very simple, right? Very, very simple, right? So yeah. It's the goal is to have fast prototyping, ship templates with your applications if you want to give your users the ability to do this. If we go to this thing, there is no way, if I'm not a Rust developer, that I can customize this. But if you're not a Rust developer, this language is so basic. It's a markup language. It has a lot less overhead to learn this thing, to be able to make your own changes, right? Maybe you want to make this thing vertical instead, and you want to put that at the bottom. Maybe you don't want to put it at the bottom because that upsets you. I don't know, right? There's so much you can do, right? What if we make this thing into a row and we can center these things? What if we make it into a column and we can center it that way? Sorry, column. Oh yeah, and if you make a mistake, just fix it. Doesn't crash the application, right? Oh, BTOP is one of those things that I actually wanted to make an Anathema version of, but I realized that someone who's better than you someone who's better than me at designing, not better than you. I don't know if I said better than, someone who's better than me at design has to do the design part, right? And we're definitely going to record some GIFs for this thing to put into the README and everything else, right? So That's coming, right? But yeah, so that was my little demo of this thing, why I think it should exist, and I should probably let's do this. Marker Y anathema. There we go, right? Okay. Can we do just marker? Marker. Okay. Why can't I put a marker in there? All right, let's reload this thing. Okay. It would have been nice. All right, I can 3-hour mark. All right, let me write a comment in the streaming channel for myself then. Note to self, 3-hour mark for Y anathema. There we go. So I'm gonna go write this down and try to condense some of this stuff into the README, because I think we can do a better job. Currently the README is pretty rubbish, right? The README is sort of just like, oh yeah, you can use this thing, right? Template can be shipped with the application, give the end user ability to customize the entire layout, easy to prototype with the markup language and runtime. I think this is an understatement, right? To be able to design while your application is running and it changes and retains state while you're doing it, it's an understatement, right? So yeah, I can do better. Right? I can do better. Someone should make me top. Yeah. Oh, we do love unexpected errors. They are not to be expected, right? I saw that. I was like, and you know what? I'm happy you did, because I get to try out my eyesight, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. We do a flex on that. There we go. Okay, so global event handling and fixing tabbing, right? So when you have multiple components, you want to change focus, you hit the tab key, but that's kind of rubbish. Instead, we're going to make this into a global event handler that you can install yourself, unless you want to use the default one, and we'll kind of take it from there. So yes, it was about removing a bunch of unnecessarily complex code. I think we do it git add -p before we continue. Okay, I don't want to do that. I do want that. I do want that. Okay, and I'm gonna commit this. With value now returns whatever the closure returns. I'm gonna push that straight to dev, and then we're gonna do a reset on that. We're gonna do a history clear, because I don't want to accidentally have a reset in there. Have a good sleep. So I stream all the time. I stream in the morning, then I eat food, then I stream in the evening, then I eat food. Sometimes I even stream after that. So I do a lot of streaming. Feel free to ask questions, Macabu. If I can't answer them, or if I accidentally miss them, if I miss them, there's a reread redemption, right? That I should reread the message. But if I miss them, other people are very qualified in the chat and in Discord to answer, right? So there's that. Thank you very much for hanging out. Okay, so let's go back into the events. So the goal was to reduce a lot of this boilerplate. So that means rewriting a lot of this stuff, which isn't super fun, right? Wow, thank you so much for the sub, Macabu. Thank you, Macabu. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. Cheers. Bottle fail. Why is this so gross? Okay, there we go, right? Okay, so associated events has to be mutable. Can we move these events into the other things? Then we can make the context itself a copy type, which would be really nice. Anything we can make into a copy type is nice. So it's not really a big difference between making something to a copy type and reusing it, right? Because it's going to be a copy anyway. So this isn't really that big of a deal. It's just that it's a lot of code that is similar to a lot of other code, right? Like this block here and this block here, they are effectively the same thing, right? But we shouldn't modify the tree to accommodate this, to get the component ID. We could write a trait for this that would do that. So we can just say tree.parent and get that information out. But this thing still looks the same. We can get rid of the mutability of this thing though, right? Which means we're getting rid of the associated functions. So that means that we're gonna pass in the associated functions in here for this to actually work, right? This component does not have any type information associated with it, but the implementation of this will. So we have to be there to get that, right? So I guess there's no choice but to do this. Now, why are these mutable? They're not. This is not the mutable thing. It's these things. This is the mutable thing. Yes, because these have to change. And since they are using a vector, we don't want to keep reallocating the space. We're going to keep the vector around. Push, push. And then we do some really sketchy stuff in here. Somewhere. No, we don't. It's when we use this thing. It's not sketchy. It just looks a bit hairy. And that's fine. Fine. Okay, let's see. What can we do? Can we drop this associated events then and add them to the functions? That would make this thing into a copy type. Because that's a reference, that's copy, that's definitely copy. That's copy, although we're not going to have it here. That's copy. So really, it all comes down to associated events. So this can just use associated events instead, right? Thank you so much for saying that, Pauline. That's very kind of you. Thank you. And we're now going to put associated events on self here. So let's go and be a little bit self-ish. Where is the context? That's the untyped context. We want the actual context. And good morning to you too. How are you doing this fine day? And then that's going to be associated events. Or rather, it's going to be a mutable reference to associated events. That means that, whoops, that was almost a mistake. That means that we have to use curly brackets. That's going to be called inner now. This is going to be called _p because it's a phantom data and we do not really care for that. Let's format the code a little bit. And now we're going to go and update everything that I just broke. So let's change these to curly brackets. Again, this is going to be called inner. That's _p. And then finally, we need to pass in associated events in here. So we're just going to do this. And that's assoc events. It's a Friday. Nice. It is indeed a Friday. Told to yell at your subcontractor. Ooh, poor subcontractor. Poor subcontractor, right? I have 14 errors now, so we're going to go through and fix these 14 errors. Right, we have 8 errors now. Okay, so strings do not implement team. Okay, yeah, right. So in my excitement, I did add that requirement. So new context, and we need to pass in associated whatever call it's in here as well. So that will be self. No, it won't be. It's going to go in there. Okay, so we're going to put panic in here, right? We're going to panic everywhere. We have this thing just because we're not ready to make that change yet, right? Panic, my favorite thing to do. Oh, I forgot to panic. Panic. Oh, right. I lost it. Okay, well, there you have it. I've lost it. I'm getting really fast at typing the word panic, though, as a result of doing this. So that's something. I got 100 words per minute as long as it's panic. Okay, so ASOC events is now being removed from here because that's going to prevent us from doing what we want to do. So let's comment all that out. Whoops. Okay, there we go. It's hectic when you have to yell at people. I don't like yelling at people. I like the Bob Ross take. But sometimes you have to, right? Once the text buffer can be read-only. Oh yeah, we're not dealing with that one. Let's go back into events. Okay, so we managed to get rid of this thing. So now we can make this thing happen outside of the for loop, right? So we can make this thing be available all the way up here. Maybe this is where we do it. This is where we do it. Okay, it's in the beginning. Well, we're not going to do that or do it before that, right? Right, the next thing to do is get rid of the state ID. But all the untyped contexts can now get removed from here. So that's going to be pretty good. Meh. All right. So state ID and parent has to be removed from untyped context. So we're going to get rid of state ID and parent there. We put the parent on self. And the same thing with state ID, like we did before. So this means that our parent is going to be an option of a parent. That's a parent. State ID is simply a state ID. And then we make a new one of these things. We are going to pass these in here. Parent is an option of a parent. And state ID is a state ID, I said, glaring sideways at the code. So let's chuck the parent in there and the state ID. Whoops. There we go. Now all of these are going to break. So we're going to panic here and here. And we're going to copy that. And we're going to place that there. And we're going to do this everywhere. Right, all the panics. All the panics. Can't find component. No, we have associated functions as well. Ah, beautiful. A stern pretty please. Okay, so the untyped context doesn't need to be here, right? I think if we go up here, we'll find that we have more than one untyped context, don't we? Yeah. All right, so we can make this thing somewhere else. Is there more? Oh, look at that. There's even more untyped context in here. But that's it. So we're going to go to the root of this thing, which is here. And we're going to dump the context in there. Instead, we're going to get rid of these two and that. So really, it's just the emitter, viewport, and strings that we're passing on. We'll take that out too. No, we don't. Associated functions. Oh, no, they belong to the component. Okay. So they do have to be removed. Okay. And that's why we have them. All right. So we're going to put associated functions directly here then, are we? Ooh, this guy is getting busy. All right, well, it's still less. I don't remember what that type looked like. I think it was a little bit particular. Well, we have to put this here. Okay, then. Let's see where that takes us. All right, so another panic. This is starting to look macro-like. I don't think yelling at people really is the way to do anything. But there a different strategy might work. Like, for instance, understanding why is there a requirement to yell at them, right? What is it that makes it necessary to yell at someone? Okay, here we go. Any event now has to have a parent. I feel like there could be untyped context and a regular context, but it could be something that is unique for the component. So we could have, drumroll, component context. I know. Let's do it. We know we're gonna need some of this stuff. No, Paul, that's really bad. But then it doesn't sound like the subcontractor wants to do the job, but more importantly, maybe they're not able to do the job, okay? And they are concerned about that. So the thing is, them not being able to do the job and admitting to not being able to do the job doesn't get the job done. So if your reasoning for not doing something is, I don't have a working Linux computer, my response would be, okay, do you know how to set up a Linux virtual machine and do you know how to use it? And I'm suspecting that the answer would be no to that. And if the answer is no to that, someone else has to do it. Whether it means getting another subcontractor to do it or you helping them. Either way, it's going to result in the same outcome. They are not going to be able to do the job, right? If they can't. Right. Well, WSL doesn't help if you don't understand how to use Linux. That's giving someone the tools that they don't know how to use. And that's just going to make them feel bad. And you're not going to feel good about it either because the job's not going to get done. So that's my take. Tommy, thank you so much. Thank you. I am having a super good day. Even better now, Tommy. Thank you so much for that. Much obliged. Much appreciated. And we're about to bang out another context. All right, so here we go. Pub struct. Component. Context. All right. And for this one, we are specifically going to have the parent on here. Option parent. We're going to have the state ID. That's going to be a state ID. And we're going to have associated events as well, right? I do feel like Windows is kind of destroying itself. So, is there anyone in chat who remembers Windows XP and feels like, as a user, that things have improved since then? Right? I'm just asking. Nintendo. Thank you, Super Nintendo Chalmers. But yeah. Okay, so component context should now be possible to generate from this. Windows 7. What, don't you think that's just because Vista was so terrible that Windows 7 could have been anything but Vista and it would have been an improvement, right? Okay, you guys are sticking to Windows 7. I don't know. I stopped using Windows, so I have no idea what that was. I sometimes I have to look sideways at a Windows computer in my vicinity and I don't love it. So we're gonna pass the component context for all of these now. Yeah, we are. All right. So what's the best thing that happened in the world of computing according to you, right? What was like the thing where you felt like, wow, the world of computing truly is amazing, right? I know a lot of people probably don't want to admit to it, but I'm guessing people are really excited about AI. Some people might be really excited about the square root function. Just wondering if there's anything that you felt like, wow, this makes me so happy. This is the pinnacle of computing, right? Rustlang. But, you know, StarCraft, good answer. Proton, very good answer. Oh my god. But you guys are on fire. That's a lot of Windows, Tommy. See, that's the thing. I'm worried that this is happening. But Temporis, don't you agree that Proton is amazing, right? It brings so much joy to our lives. Had a hard life. Can see that. Can see that. 311. Yeah, the mind-blowing 24H2 release of Windows where they pulled a 10 to 30% performance boost on AMD CPUs. Nice. So StarCraft was good. I didn't play a lot of StarCraft. I played Warcraft 1 and 2 though. And I was a child playing Warcraft, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, Warcraft was so good. Warcraft 2 was really, really... I saw Rig playing that the other day. That's nice. All right, so what do we do here? We have, yeah, the component context needs to be passed into all of these guys. And then we're going to use a combination of our context and our component context. If I could just do a comma there, and then we're going to take over the universe with this thing, right? We will be all too powerful with all these contexts, right? Taken out of context. Not. Ooh, tick as well, eh? See, that's better than having all this wacky nonsense turning up, right? Now we just have to make this thing, right? Deal with tiles? I'd rather write for Microsoft's own functions to abstract away pointless flags. Seems good. Get the control panel. Yeah, actually, having touched on Windows Computer, I did find that the search was somewhat helpful. But obviously, I'm not enjoying the fact that they really want you to sign up for a live account to use your computer. And I'm like, why? I don't want that. But, you know, Arch is a really good answer. See, Tanaka's got the right attitude. A lot of positivity. Ah, we got there, Temporis. We got there. All right, that's the most important thing. The most important thing, Temporis,
are the friends we made along the way.
With Hyperland as well, yeah. So Arch, Proton, this keyboard, by the way, if you buy a disconnect Ethernet when installing Windows. Yeah, there is like, you can go like to some little, push a little button in the corner somewhere and be like, nah, man. And the fact that your option when it comes to telemetry is max telemetry or not as much telemetry. And like, where do I turn it off? You can't. Not when you install it. Arch with Sway. Those of you who are using Sway, are you having any technical issues with it? I don't know what cubes are. No, but like, what's one of the bigger things that comes to mind, right? So we have Rust, Arch, Proton, right? Those are pretty exciting things. Come on, LLMs are exciting. They are cool. Undeniably, the first time you tried ChatGPT, you thought it was cool. Admit it, right? I know I did. I didn't go like, wow, this is gonna take over the world, but it was cool, man. I do like Val. Nice. They have done a lot for gaming on the Linux. Reasonably secure container-based Linux. Oh, I see. It's a Linux based on Zen hypervisor. I used to have a Zen cluster in my wardrobe. Way too overhyped? Yeah. Yeah, but can't be exciting as Marine Rush on Zerg. You really like StarCraft. It took me a second. Like Marine Rush on Zerg. Zerg? Oh yeah, the Zerg, right? Stable Diffusion was a big one. I never played a lot with it. I played a little bit with it when my brother-in-law showed it to me and we came up with ridiculous prompts, but I felt the novelty wore off. I think I was more impressed with GPT. Computers, yeah. I like the positivity we have. 3D printers. I'm seeing Enrico. I'm thinking 3D printers now. That's pretty cool, don't you think? So can we make the component now produce this stuff for us? Where does the state come from? Could we make this work? I don't remember what I call this context, so we're just gonna do this. Oh, now I need the name for it anyway. Whoopsie. Component context, okay. Component context from, and then we're gonna pass in state ID. And component. Wait, this looks a bit sketchy. "4K monitors are great as well." You're on fire today, Nanak. I like it. I like your attitude. Shush. Any kernel and OS that works well on the wide variety of machines. Pretty cool technology. Yes. But if we talk about like in recent years, right? In recent years, I feel like computers aren't really the creation of something in I'm talking about the last, say, 10, 15 years then, right? Let's go with that. Although we don't have to be that specific. Can we do away with this thing? So component has a parent, which is a widget component ID. And then we're going to do a component get by component ID. And then we have this component ID, which is a widget component ID. And this is a widget component ID. Oh, wait a second. Are they the same thing? Have I done something incredibly dumb? It happens. But we know better, Temporis. This is why we stay relevant and employed, right? Well, I mean, you stay relevant and employed. I'm here, but still, right? Well, now we're not in the last 10, 15 years now. I think these are dead. And DDEs, right? Oh, nice. All whites. Oh, that's going to sound lovely, Londo. And I know what that sounds like. I can do that here. I have another microphone, by the way, which for some reason I am going to try. Oh, Com isn't dead? Oh, well. I'm coming up, so you better kill this technology. curiosity got the better of me when I was having a shower, because I, like most people, think about technology when I'm showering. And I have this plug and I have this lapel microphone. And I was wondering, can I plug this thing into my audio interface and actually use this thing? Not that I intend to swap microphones anytime soon, because this hairy guy is brilliant, but I wonder if I can. So let's lower one of these things quite a bit and see if we can plug this in without destroying everything that we have here. Okay, plug that in. That looks correct to me. Take down the audio on those two. And let's see. All right then. Okay. That was probably quite horrible for you guys. Okay. Who needs hair? Well, you need it for your microphone. The rest is irrelevant. I should probably play with that off stream though. But, you know, here we are. Okay, I think I might be doing something silly. So I need to get this to compile before I can confirm. Although we could clone this into the temp directory. Okay, so let's go into the runtime. We need something that makes use of this so we can debug it. So let's go to our demo and change the TOML file to point not to this, but to this. Okay. Let's check out the dev branch. The deb branch. That's a Debian branch. It doesn't exist. Well, there you go. Oh yeah, no, hang on. That needs self-state. That needs to have self-state, doesn't it? Of course it does. There we go. I should probably play with that off stream. Nah. Oh yeah, we don't have the query anymore, right? This thing is gone, burger. Hurrah. Okay, now we need to put a breakpoint in here somewhere. We can do this on the tick maybe. Okay, or we can do this on car press. Car press. All right, so let's put a breakpoint there. All right, now we're gonna pop. Oh, really? We don't need a lot going on here, do we? There we are. So back to the breakpoint. I'm gonna put it here, and then from here, we're really gonna. Actually, that was a necessary breakpoint, wasn't it? Let's go to. I need the runtime. There you are. Runtime is fun time, and then here somewhere we have events. There you are. There's the module we're looking for. And then somewhere in one of these events, we're going to do this thing. As mouse, we don't care about mouse. We do care about other things. Here's key press. Okay, this is what I want. Whee! It did not work. Oh no, that is the little tab thing. Okay, let's clear that. Actually, let's just abort this entire process. Control, please. There we go. All right, back here we go. Global event. Mouse event. Resize event. And then associated events. More global BS. More mouse BS. Alright, so apparently I'm confused. I don't know where things are. Where's the event handling? I guess we can do this on the tick function. So let's go to the crate instead. Find the tick function. Say we do event handling, but let's do tick, because that's certainly going to happen. And we're going to have the same code in here. And that will certainly run. All right. So if we look at component.parent, we get none. Oh. Okay. I got a feeling that this is always going to be none, isn't it? We need parents. Let's do that then, right? Let's add a component here. Actually, what we could do, don't we load the component here? Yeah, we have the main component here, which is not going to have a parent. So obviously that won't make any sense. Let's have another one. Okay. Yeah. So forget you. And this will be inner. And we're just going to use text to template. No hot reloading for you, son. All right. And 2 units. That's sufficient. Now we should be able to have a parent on the inner tick. So let's go back to B19, was it? Here we go, right? So the first parent's going to be nothing. Unexpected token. Okay, well, that is nothing. All right, but the second parent also is nothing. And the third one is also nothing. But I feel like this is a whole lot of nothing now. Okay, let's do this thing, right? If component.parent is sum, then I want a breakpoint in here. We're just going to put a little bit of code here so we can break on this thing. That ain't happening. Hello, Gizmo. How you doing? Was there a moment in your life when you realized this is it, this is my peak, what I could have accomplished? Good grief, you are depressing. Now I can just maintain what I've got. Some call it midlife crisis. I think I'm going through it now. Really? Are you older or younger than me, or are we roughly the same age? Some call it midlife crisis. I don't know. I think I've been going through midlife crisis my whole life. Programming, just like gaming or any other activity, something doesn't feel rewarding in a way. Well, that might just be a case of your values changing. Remember when you're a child and like the most important thing in the world is that your friends think you're cool and how many worms you can eat, right? And then you become a teenager and then you think, then the most important thing is that girls think you're cool and you achieve this by eating worms. And then you become a grown up. And now none of the things from your childhood is really that relevant anymore. It's just us changing our values, right? We are hybrid low. We are. So there is nothing wrong with taking stock and reevaluating your life, Rebel. I don't think that I will never care about a peak because that's a matter of perspective. In what sense will I have peaked? And what is it that has peaked? I'm not a competitor of any kind. I do imagine that professional athletes and models and these kind of people, they have a very short shelf life compared to the rest of us. That has to hurt. Imagine being 35 and someone going, "You're too old, your career is over," right? You can no longer play for Arsenal. And that's what they told me, and that's why I stopped. So, but since I don't play for Arsenal, I am not too worried about it, right? Getting older is just something that happens. I was in the gym today, flex, and I picked up heavier dumbbells, and now it hurts to breathe. I hurt myself. I thought I warmed up. I didn't, and it was like a little snap, something like in my chest or back, and all of a sudden I didn't want to lift those weights anymore. I tried to change to a different position so I could sit down and do incline curls, but at that point, I just felt old and unhappy. So I went home after 20 minutes of bad gymming, right? I don't think I've peaked. I've never been into fitness until this stage of my life. And when I get older, I'll probably lose interest. And hopefully the work I put in at this age will pay dividends when I get older, right? I've never considered myself good at gaming. And I never thought that gaming is something that I have to be better than other people at. Do you, Rebel? Do you feel like gaming is something that is really important? And when it comes to programming, everything is changing. We are doing things. There are new languages, there are new technologies coming out. Things are constantly in flux. At some point, maybe we don't care about being as up to date anymore, but who cares, right? It's just you living your life, doing what you want. There's nothing else, right? Never stop exercising. Well, I didn't have it in me when I was young, and I might not have it in me when I get older. So, no, I mean, we lose interest in these things, right? Yeah, but not everyone's got the genes to become an Olympian, right? Or any kind of mountain for that matter. Why are we not getting parents here? Oh, because I'm not using it. That's why. Ah, you silly sausage. So we need to go into our template here. If I had any kind of gripe with my keyboard, is that this part here is exactly large enough for an XLR cable, to fit. So it fits so snugly in there that it stays put. It's a perfect fit for an XLR cable. And that's really annoying. I guess I could just wrap something around the cable to make it less problematic. And I certainly wouldn't fault the keyboard for this or the XLR cable. It's just how it is, right? The thing that I find interesting about games is that games don't seem to have any longevity anymore. And that kind of makes me a little bit sad. Like when I was a kid and you had a game that you could play that game for a long time, that game had a shelf life more than a week. Now you have like these monster titles coming out with millions and billions of pounds, dollars, euros, monopoly money behind them, invested in them. Thousands of people worked on this thing. There's like this whole thing they're releasing with this great marketing campaign. Everyone's like, oh my God, you can play as a turtle in this game. I have to play this game before my feet falls off. And then next week, some other game comes out and this whole game is just in someone's Steam library somewhere and people don't care anymore, right? I too hate it when my feet falls off. It could be. It could be. I think that we are very like quickly, let's play this now kind of thing, right? We're very much like that. Okay, we have a component parent that has an ID of 0. And is this also going to be 0? No, that's a widget component ID. That's different. I'm into fishing. I'll do that. Keep playing Civ. Which one, though? Okay, so that's a widget component ID that we're looking at. And this is a, wait, that's also a widget component ID. You idiot. The console comes really, really good games out every single year, month. Elden Ring, Wukong, Baldur's Gate, but it all feels soulless or empty. Hard to put in words. You just feel lonely regardless there. I don't think that's the game though, all right? I think that maybe speculation completely, right? With a preface here. When you are somewhere in life that you're not supposed to be, right? Let's say that you're in a job and you are no longer supposed to be in that job. This is going to sound very esoteric in any area. You're no longer supposed to be in that job. Your mind will make sure to let you know that you are not where you're supposed to be, combined with crisis, depression. And if we hold on to this thing, say, no, I'm going to keep working as a data entry person for this company, and your brain goes, I don't want to. I'm depressed. The job is meaningless. I take no joy in the tasks I do. I take no pleasure. But you keep forcing yourself to go to that job, even though your brain is screaming at you. We need to change. You're stuck on this safe plateau. You need to get out of your comfort zone. You need something to change. This might not be your job. This could be anything. Could be a relationship. Could be your wardrobe. Whatever it is, where you're stuck, you stagnated somewhere in life, and your brain is angrily telling you to get on with it, right? Maybe you're not supposed to play these games, Rebel. Maybe it's time for you to write your own game. Maybe it's time for you to do something else. Maybe try oil painting, right? That kind of gels a little bit with what I'm saying, right? You're the last one there. Everyone else moved on. When we don't move on, right? You're not the same person you were yesterday. You're not the same person you were when you were a child, right? I have no formal education in any of this nonsense I'm talking about, right? Only my own life experience and a lot of conversations with other people. But yeah, so when you're stuck somewhere and your mind wants you to move on to something new, it's going to tell you. And doing the transition to something new, and this happened to me and other people, usually comes along with a crisis. So you're making a change, and this change comes with some form of personal crisis. Right? Ooh, what's that? What's FPV? I know what drone flying is, and if I had the cash, I would definitely go and get one of those DJI drones so I can get some drone footage for my videos that I never release. First person view drone flying, really? Is this like a VR thing? See, you would already start your career by moving on, right? VR-ish. Cool. I would want one for the photography aspect of it. But yeah, no, it's really cool stuff, right? You're doing your PhD in drones. Cool. Very cool. So it could just be that you need to make some changes though, Rebel, right? Try something else. I picked up oil painting. I'm really bad at it, and I had a lot of fun with it. I did crocheting with my kid a while ago. That was also really boring, but I trying different things, right? DJI avatars. To me, it's about the camera more than the drone. Hello, Octa. How you going? Building gaming PCs to sell them. Is there really a big market for that? Dronologist? That's pretty funny. 4K camera, D-Log colors, 100 frames per second. You had me at 4K camera, okay? What is the price on one of these things? Okay. What is the price on one of these things? Is it the price of a small car? Drone only without the battery. Wow, the battery is $500 almost. Holy. Oh my. Okay. Let's go and look at some YouTubes. All right. That is definitely what I wanted. Control L. There we go. Video. Let's just pause this beautiful sound for a second. All right. No. Why is this in this perspective? Who took this footage? Are you really that bad? I mean, I don't care if this is for TikTok. You've spent $1,000 on a drone and you're an idiot when it comes to the camera. Okay, let's have a look at this instead. That is very smooth. All right, I don't know about this music. This is very smooth. I want some top-down action, right? Let's watch it on YouTube instead. All right, let's hop forward a little bit. Show me some of that sweet top-down stuff. Wow, look at the panning. And the object lock. That's pretty good. I mean, this could be the drone pilot. I don't know. But if it has automation for doing these things, that's pretty damn good. Yeah, I'm kind of looking to see some shots like that as well. Because there's some really nice places where I live where I can go for walks and stuff. And I wouldn't mind bringing a drone. I don't love flying drones around residential areas. I don't think that's super cool to do, but this... No shot it has automation? You don't think so? It has no automation other than don't fall out of the air. Fair enough. So you can do mega distance flying as well. So the reason I want some automation is because I want to be able to send the drone up and have it follow me, right? I mean, that's like the most basic of automation, right? DJI has that. DJI has a lot of cool things. That feature is on every non-FPV drone on DJI. Yeah. So it's the camera I'm worried about though, right? I want the camera to be good. One day I will afford DaVinci Resolve so I can edit video in 4K. And then I want 4K footage. Nice 4K footage. Not like we glued together a mobile phone and then some. Yeah, I'm kind of... So this is kind of cool. And I like this. I don't see a difference between this and a GoPro. I'm guessing that it's going to be similar, given that you end up with small sensors. You end up with small sensors for these things to keep the weight down. The payload has to be very low. There's also the hover air drone. Doesn't even have a controller, really. You can attach a GoPro to it. Cool. I want to see some top-down stuff. We don't get to see any top-down. Oh, here we go. Towards the end, right? So to be able to do some nice footage, I definitely want to be able to do like fly-through footage. That's very cool. I don't want to sit and look at a screen though when I'm doing things. So this drone is probably not for me. How anticlimactic that we didn't get to see it land, right? Yeah, so when it comes to these things, whoops, sorry. Okay, Arch Linux, there you go. When it comes to these things, you have quite a small sensor, and to maximize everything, you get a very small lens, right? A very oh no, that's not small, it's not the word I'm looking for. A wide angle lens, right? So like your phone is probably the equivalent to like a 10, 12 mil lens, okay? Which means that everything on the edges are gonna look drawn out. So it's not really that it's going for, a mobile phone looking thing. It's like the lowest. If we do this, we can maximize. You can crop to get smaller, but you can't zoom out to get wider. Focal length, thank you. Thank you. Why not check your links? I am not always reading chat. When I'm talking to you, I'm not looking at the chat. Now I'm looking at the chat. Now I'm talking to you. If I'm talking to you, I can't read the chat, right? Check this footage. It's doable. Camera fly plus GoPro. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We have the reread thing, okay? That's what we have it. So, okay, so someone has mounted a GoPro on this thing. So this is frame FR8. All right, now cut to the camera, please, on the drone. There we go. Oh, so we have the GoPro footage in there as well. Yeah, I think the focal length shouldn't be too small, right? Too low. I do reread. I reread, but it just says look above. The point of reread is that you guys dump what you want me to read in there, not look above, right? That is a really lovely landscape. And this drone is moving pretty fast. Unless they sped up the footage. That's really cool. This is really cool. I have no idea what I would do with footage like this for a programming channel, but it's really cool. There's some pretty good piloting by this person as well. 80 kilometers. FCC's faster. You see how far he gets? Are we up by them? Hang on. 5 minutes 58. Are we where they start? Has he flown all the way over there? Damn. That is distance. That is distance. You don't need more than this, John. Let's chuck it up there. That is beautiful. I have no idea. What are we doing with this footage on a programming channel, right? Are we showing pictures of grass? 7 kilometers out. This is pretty damn good. Max range is about 10 kilometers. You're trying to narrate like Sir Richard. Yeah, and when you lose signal, the drones should either just stop and hover or try to return or go down. But if you're flying over water, flex on us that you're touching grass, but I wouldn't necessarily be in the picture. I want to do a little bit of like walking. This footage is not as smooth. Look how shaky this is comparison. So I'm guessing that the drone has image stabilization there as well, right? And they did very different color grading, but yeah. Hello, Cravo. How you doing? DJI returns, but custom built ones depend on the firmware you put in the controller. Is the best part is some nerds in the flying community wrote their own standard LTRS and open source it and outperforms everything. I don't know what that is, but I just say, okay. This is super nice. This is really, really cool. And a part of me really want to play around with these things. But I would like to have a different focal length. I don't know how that is comparable though, right? So this is a DJI Mini 4 Pro. And an annoyingly slow text intro. This annoyed me. The amount of time they keep this on screen annoys me, okay? Like, I get it, you're gonna fly through the P, but no, it's too slow. All right, anyway. You need a pilot license to do this? I don't know. I don't think so. I've seen drones around where I live and there are no pilots here. How do I know? I'm making that up. I don't know how to build anything. Ooh, that was a bit sketchy. There was like a serious loss in the frame rate there. Where was that? Oh, there we go. Oh, that looked really bad, didn't it? Look at the thing going by. It's like it's going by in 5 frames per second. I would look into it, but I don't know. Yeah, game is cool graphics. I mean, honestly, all of these things are good. The drone pilots are clearly very capable, and there's like a lot of skill involved in that, I'm sure, right? Yeah, so you're not gonna fly a drone in central Paris. You're not gonna fly a drone near an airfield, probably. But other than that, there is yes, there's the height restriction. That is, but I think a lot of drones already have limited height restriction, so you probably couldn't fly a drone near an airport at maximum of what it has, right? Not gonna fly a drone in Russia. I mean, is that not legal? You must keep an eye on your drone at all time also. Yeah, but that I don't mind. I have no interest in sending the drone away and then going to sleep, right? This will be like a follow footage when you're out walking, or just do really fun shots through the woods and stuff, right? Yes, that seems sensible. Okay, so it looks like this thing here is a remnant from something old, because the parent here that we get is the same as the parent we have here, right? So I think that we don't even need this step anymore. This step can go away. So one place I lived in, someone flew a drone near my one of my balconies, right? So they could have just looked in at my house, and I got really annoyed with that. But I think that was just some kid who got a drone and is playing around with it. And if you live in a warm country, you're not wearing all your clothes all the time, so it's a little bit sketchy. But you know, I wouldn't fly one in a residential area either, right? Good work, Scott. Okay, that was fun. That was a fun detour, right? You guys are fun with your detours. Okay, so let's grab ourselves a parent. Let's get rid of this thing then. Well, I guess we don't have to get rid of this thing here, because this is a project we're gonna remove. Like so. Okay, so we don't need the parent here. We can get rid of parent. And that will be component of parent, right? And then we'll make a new one of these. Apparently not. Apparently not. Shh. Okay, no code action available. Well, let's write an impl block for this thing then. Impl. We need a lifetime. Actually, we don't need it. Yeah, we do. We need it for the associated functions, right? Steal the drone. Keep a pile of pebbles and throw it passing drones. I'm still waiting for Amazon delivery drones. This all takes money. Yeah. So how much was the DJI Mini? Right. If we have a look at the DJI Mini, let's see what the cost of this thing is, right? DJI 4. Okay, what's the 3? It's still $500, right? So DJI Mini 4. Let's see how much the 4 is then. Oh my god. Okay, no, that's the 4. Good grief. So what do you use a mobile phone for this thing? to get the footage, because you got to be able to see some stuff as well, right? Really? Oh man, but this was quite expensive. Well, luckily, Scott, you can just take it apart, and if you have some isopropyl alcohol, you can just clean it with that, right? No, I'm Crispy. I'm just gonna chalk it down to being too expensive until we can find a reason for doing it. So everything that I buy has to have some kind of return on investment, right? The fun factor is obviously it, but when you have very limited funds for doing these things, my first goal is to get Resolve. My first goal is to get a copy of DaVinci Resolve, and then I can start thinking about doing some other purchases. Whoops. There we go, right? A drone has no return on investment. Well, it kind of does if you have a reason. If you're making YouTube videos and you become moderately successful, so the channel pays for itself for its maintenance, then it does, right? But since I am not anywhere near there, all right, we're not gonna worry about it. Okay, I guess maybe we could just pass in a component for this. That's going to be problematic. So, okay, we're going to dump some data in here, but I'm a little bit unsure. We need to have the associated events as well. Yeah, we can't borrow the component because we're going to have to call this function, right? So we can't just pass in the component. We have to do component dot. Where did we used to get the associated events from? So these are not bound to components then. That's fine in that case. So then I'm worrying about nothing, right? We're just going to pass in associated events here, right? Like that. And that's a mutable reference to associate. Okay, so then we know what this thing has to look like, right? We're going to get a state ID. We're going to get a parent. Daddy! Option parent. And then we're going to have associated events, which is a mutable reference to associated events. Now, does this thing have a lifetime? It does not. So we're just going to put the lifetime there. And then here we go, right? Parent, state ID, and ASOC functions. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong type. Maybe with like delivery drones, people can drop their deliveries off on people's roofs so people won't steal shit all the time. Or jokingly, but maybe you can have people drop things off in your backyard instead of your porch where people will steal it. Yeah, there's obviously there's obviously the issue that a drone cannot carry a heavy payload, right? So you can have a drone ship you a flash card, but you wouldn't be able to have a drone ship you a camera body or a lens, right? 55 to 100 mil Sigma lens ain't gonna be shipped by a drone anytime soon. So your dog can eat them? I don't know, man. It's better than some chav stealing it though, right? Okay, associated functions is coming from somewhere else, right? But we need associated events with this thing, which makes me a little bit confused. Functions are on the component context. Where are we going to put the associated events then, right? Maybe they also go here? Yeah, as long as it doesn't exceed like the max payload. Which is why you can't just add more batteries to get your drone to fly longer, because you weigh it down. There's like this constant trade-off. But isn't this like one of the harder problems when it comes to aerospace engineering, right? The fact that everything is constantly a fight against the weights, right? You fighting gravity all the way. No, we might not. That's what I'm saying. We need something new to solve this problem, right? We need anti-gravity boots for the Amazon delivery people. I don't know, Rebel. I looked into hydrogen for a bit because hydrogen is kind of interesting because hydrogen cars are also electric cars, right? They have a battery that you charge through the hydrogen thing, right? But I don't know. I was interested in it, but I haven't seen anything happen there. So I think electric cars are good, right? Avatar 2 can lift 400 grams. The lens I'm talking about weighs over a kilo. Yeah, but that's probably not like consumer drones, is it? Toyota is really impressive. I really like what they're doing with cars. Mavic 3 is a consumer, really? Mavic... Actually, if this is going to show a bunch of war footage, I'm not interested. Let's not do that, right? DJI. Oh, yes, I have seen that. Okay, let's look at that briefly. Human drone racing. Okay, this is pretty cool. This is crazy. You actually have humans in drones, right? How cool is that? I mean, I'm just wondering if I would dare to... I mean, obviously you have to be able to fly it, right? But it would be really cool, wouldn't it? To fly a drone, to sit in a drone and fly. How is drones a fad? I don't think anyone... I've never heard anyone say that drones are a fad. I mean, they already have a really strong use case, which is aerial photography, right? As far as consumer vehicles, right? Personal carriers, I don't know where that stands, right? Yeah, but that's gonna be close to helicopters, right? This thing just looks... I wanna try this thing, even though I probably would kill myself instantly, right? So crazy. Oh man, check out that dude's headgear. It's like, yeah, it's just my look, man. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, just to go up a meter would be incredible, right? I think that would be out of this world to be able to do that. Personal transportation, avoid the traffic. I don't know what the range is on these things, though, right? Okay, so I am almost there with this fix, though. It's only taking me 4 hours. I just get a bit confused by the associated functions and the associated events. I don't know who needs what. I thought I set up all the context, but now I'm unsure. I think that we moved associated events into the actual context. Yeah, we have. So it is the associated functions, the bindings. So we should call it something else. It's like the associated the event bindings, right? I mean, they don't take up a lot of space and the likes, right? So I think if we can, with computers, make them safe for your average person, then that's going to be pretty incredible, right? I just buy cotton candy and other things, right? And a bag of crisps. You'll be fine. It kind of does though, because you can have lanes in 3 dimensions, right? You would obviously have to have lanes that you fly along. You have to have programmed path to fly, but you can fly above and below as well. So the congestion that we have today, if you ever driven on the M25 and you survived during rush hour, imagine if we had 3 lanes times 3, right? You can do a lot, right? I don't think you can in Paris. That would be different. But I mean, actually, why would it be different? The only thing is that you probably don't want to have people clouding up the sky, which is why you need roads in the sky. You need invisible roads, right? So the people fly after, because otherwise you're going to destroy everything else, right? I think that would do a lot for traffic if we had manned drones that you could fly, right? Drone rage would be a new thing. Well, it wouldn't, because you have to fly in 3 dimensions, right? You can't expect the same functionality as a car. We would have to solve this straight up. So this would very much be a case of I am here and I want to go there, and it would follow the road there, right? Not I'm gonna freestyle on the motorway, right? That wouldn't work with drones when you have up and down as well, right? So when you're gonna change lane, well, I guess you could look up or look down, right? But there has to be a lot more technology involved for this to work, right? Yeah, you'd have to fly where there's roads. There has to be these roads. Otherwise, you would basically destroy the view of the world, right? Because there would just be drones in the sky all the time, right? Droning under influence. Yeah, I think yeah. So we need technology to solve a lot of these problems, right? We're not made to do. We're not really function as humans to travel really fast. And like we can barely do it in cars. If you add up and down to this mix, it's gonna get worse, right? Yeah, definitely have to be a technology solution. But to prevent things like collisions and stuff. But I imagine that it would be pretty good though, right? We could convert a lot of the roads that we have now to bike paths and what have you, right? We would have less traffic in the cities. Ish, maybe. Hard to say. But again, it has the disadvantage of being visible because it's up there. Now, when you see a road, you see the cars on the road. When you no longer see the road, you're going to see nature and houses or whatever in the sky. If we now fill the sky with drones, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the solution to this stuff would be. It's interesting nonetheless. Interesting nonetheless. Okay, so we need to create ourselves some doohickey here. So it's not associated events. It's associated functions. There we go. And that's going to be ASOC functions. There we are. No letter H there. We make all of this public. Okay. Whoops, that was not the right button. I'm not talking about delivery drones. I'm talking about man drones, right? You don't, Dawson? Maybe one of the mods has changed that. I know Danaka did something with the bot, but I don't think it changed that. I don't even know if they can change that. Interesting, Dawson. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see a motorway in the sky when I'm sitting down relaxing. I like the sensation of being alone sometimes, and that's never gonna happen if you can like see traffic everywhere. So I think it's a bit difficult. Mass transit is the way, but it's a little bit difficult to do mass transit when you need to go to specific places, right? If I want to go from my place to your place, mass transit doesn't quite work because I live here and you live there, and there is no bus from me to you, right? We can take several buses and trains and planes and boats, right? But that doesn't solve. What about commuting, right? When you're commuting to more rural areas, I don't think mass transport actually works. It works in big cities, but it doesn't work in rural areas, right? But it works, but it's less frequently used. There's more distance, right? I have, Dawson. Interesting. I don't know what that's all about. The thing is, like, unless any of us actually knows anything about transport, we're just having a speculative conversation here, right? Speculations, right? More distance is the use case where drones don't. Well, I live in an area, and if I want to go to some place in this area, there's quite the likelihood that there is no public transport that's gonna get me there. And if there is, it's not going to be very frequent. There are areas from here that I can't get to using public transport, right? But you live rurally enough, I'd imagine, that you'd have the similar problem, right? Okay, so we can do a component context now. So this is not going to be associated events. It's going to be associated functions. What do we call this? We call it that. There we go. Yeah, I think, but then again, Crispy kind of has a point with that, though, that it's down to increasing the network, right? But I really think that self-driving cars could have been solved if we changed the roads, couldn't it? I know they did this as an experiment in Sweden somewhere, where they have a self-driving bus to an airport, and it doesn't go very far. It's very expensive to build this, but they built it into the road, and it kind of makes sense, right? And then you have to have like manual driving when you're going off the beaten path, right? But gravel paths and so on and so forth. But I think we could have done a lot with just adding information to the roads as well, right? But again, I have no idea if any of this stuff would actually be possible or not, right? Like, what do I know? Okay, so what we call parent here is really just gonna be a widget component ID, and we're gonna change this to be inside an option. There we go. And then parent will be parent.map into, not onto. Yeah, there is that too. It's going all right, Lona's here. How are you doing? You should have individual transport the last mile, the rest will be larger. Maybe what we need is public transport, and then as part of the public transport network, we have like these cars that you can take to places. I guess I'm about to describe an Uber, aren't I? All right, never mind. We'll fix the world tomorrow instead. I gotta figure this out first, okay? Tomorrow we'll fix the world, right? Do we need another? I think we need another context here. We need a component context. That took way too long. I should just not, right? All right, so let's build this up, and then we don't need that anymore. All right, and now we need to create the component context. We have one of these laying around here somewhere. That's pretty good, I'll say. Get rid of the parents, it's okay. But not your parents though, right? Only computer parents. I don't know if that's any better. We have so many contexts in this thing, right? So I wonder if we're just gonna not. You typed captcha wrong and got it correct. Yeah, I don't think captchas are exactly on point, and I think that's by design these days, because people don't know how to type things that aren't real. I mean, we spend our lives learning how to read and write, and then we throw captcha at people, something that is designed to be hard to read. Component context, there we go. What are you up to today, Londo? What's happening in your house? I don't know. I asked them. What are you up to? All right. So this now becomes a component context. What's fritzing? All right. We don't need the parents. We don't need this anymore. This can go somewhere else. Security stuff. Exciting. All right. Enjoy crispy. Whatever lunch you're having, make sure that it's good. Okay. And it sold some bugs too. Did you stream yesterday, Londo? I looked before I ran. I don't think you were on. Is this thing doing the ticking? Can we just put the context together here then on internal run? No, we cannot. We can do it in the tick though. Nothing that can return here. Let's just put it here. to be mutable. Okay. Didn't a friend I haven't seen for a while invite me to touch grass and have coffee? Ooh, man. I wish friends would invite me to touch coffee and... No, wait, I can't do anything with that. Need better material, please. That's cool and understandable. Wait, why are we doing this here? Select the first widget. Now, mate, this is where the problems are happening, okay? This is where the problems are coming from. We're gonna cancel this thing for a smidge. Taking the component, that can take an untyped context, right? Do you have a lifetime for me? Yeah, you do. But are you gonna use it? No, you're not. Okay. Let's just make a new one here. And what is it that we're passing in here again? It's like the parent, which we don't need that from. It's like parent and state. And component dot assoc functions. I don't think parent is the first one we get. Yep, it's the state ID. State ID, not state if. All right, so soon we have fixed this. Okay, so here we have to make the context inside the tick function. Yeah, that's the context. Really? Oh, you are shipping me. What? Because we put the emitter on there. Ah, okay. Okay. Damn. Okay, so we can't put the emitter on the context. I mean, we obviously should. We're putting this on there as well. Yeah, this one is a little bit, because I'm doing quite a heavy refactoring to this stuff. It's a little bit hairy. It's not just the emitter, it's gonna be the strings as well, right? So if I panic on this thing, this doesn't actually solve the problem. Oh shit, it did. It's just the emitter. Oh, right. That's why. No. All right. So emitter viewport. Ooh, okay. So we can't do this then. How absolutely rancid. So handle cannot take a context. We have to make a context in there. What's the 13th argument you want? Strings, associated events. Hello, Twitch, how you doing? No, I mean it's specific to what grew organically out of the software. I think I sat down and thought about a lot of event systems and how to do it, and this is what we ended up with that allows you to have access to everything you need. Oh wow, what are we gonna eat today? Okay, we got duration, frame rate, macros, backend, viewport, emitter. Oh, emitter. We can take the emitter out, can't we? And then we can pass in the untyped context instead. I think we can do this. So we build this thing outside of this. So this thing should probably also have a context that we pass in here as well. And what do we have in there? Emitter, viewport. So we have to pass in a mutable reference to the viewport here. So we can't pass in the context. This is because the freaking resize event. Come on. That Twitch CD would be a massive write-up and probably not relevant for most people to describe how this works. That would be interesting for other developers who wants to build similar things only. And it would be such a big write-up. I wouldn't mind doing it, but I think that's going to have to be at the end of the documentation, and it's going to be very long how all this hangs together. We could describe some life cycles, of course, and we could do a more in-depth documentation as well. Definitely could do more in-depth. The guide is just there to get you started. It's just a guide. And we need more API documentation as well. But right now, this thing is doing my head in because the viewport is supposed to go into this context, but we need a mutable reference to it. So this guy can't borrow it as well as this. Unless we put ownership on this thing and we make this thing mutable. Do we have ownership of the viewport? We do. So this works. I don't know how much documentation we got done though. If we make this mutable, then we can handle resize events. So we should probably look at the resize event here and then modify the context. Like so. Nonsensical comment, but still. We are getting jobs, we are getting things done live in Ox. Yeah, totally. And this is going quite well. I didn't think we could do this, but we can do this. So we're just gonna skip viewport, emitter, and strings here. And just pass in the context. Then we don't need this. All right, we should be good. So the thing is, it's not an issue because you're not going to get more than one event anyway. Actually, that makes the whole thing kind of redundant. Well, no, it doesn't. We have to update the viewport on the context here. That is correct. So it is not redundant. All right, let's see. No strings for you. Gotta dereference that. Don't need the strings. Gonna move this up here. I'm gonna pass the context in here. No strings for you. That's context. Okay, it's the emitter again, but where is the emitter in all of this? Live Minox. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, what Twitch TD says, that's probably gonna be the simplest thing. There is no simple answer to that question, right? You have to write code otherwise that speaks Postgres, right? I bet it did. I bet it did. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so the emitter is on the context. What's your problem? Yeah, I think writing like a, what is it, OD... What do you call them? ODBC? I don't remember. ODBC. OBDC. Oh, what a horrible font size. Why? Is Microsoft protocol for it? Okay, so maybe just Postgres protocol then, right? I mean, you could. I did this. I did a database in like 15 minutes on stream, but all I did was write and serialize a hash map, right? This was like a ridiculous database. It wasn't a database, obviously, right? But we did something that accepted connections and stored data on disk, and you could query the data, right? You know what you could do though, Limenox? If you want to go into the wilds, look up B+ trees. if you're gonna build a database. That's kind of a good place to start. But if you're just gonna like read and write data, then maybe a hash map that you serialize is gonna be easier, right? I'm assuming you're not gonna perform any actual queries, right? More like serialize data to disk and then load the data or whatever. You have a weekend, and then I just spend half the weekend remembering that I is written with an uppercase. I'm kidding. I gotta stop doing that. It could be fun, Liminux. It could be fun. Make sure you shrink the scope to as small as possible, right? And know what things you actually need from it. Okay, we cannot do this. We have to do it after the fact. So we can't pass in a context here. Instead, we have to build the context in here. So we need to pass in the strings. Actually, I guess what we could do... No. We have to pass in a emitter here. I think we have to pass in a emitter. No? You don't want that? Oh, hang on, that's the wrong thing. I can stop your hybrid low. Oh no, that's hectic. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong bloody code, am I? It's the tick function that we need to do this for. No, that needs mutable access to self. Come on. Ay, hola, mira, ¿qué tal? Okay. Context, untyped context. We can't have this context. We can have it for the handle function. But we can't do it for the tick components. Here we have to make the context inside here, don't we? Wait, do we though? What are we actually using from self here? We can build the context in here as well. It's a little bit grody, but let's just do it. Really? You too? All right, we'll just move this down here then. It's not like it's gonna matter if we do the tick or the event handle because this thing has to happen first. This code, oh shit. Yeah, it does matter. There we go. Oh yeah, mierda. Okay, there we go. That's nice, Nadash. Yeah, I remember leaving a company and I almost cried a little when I left. I didn't know how emotional I was gonna get leaving. I was like, you guys are the worst. I hate all of you.
It's so bad.
But no. Okay. So who's making lunch? Because I'm getting very hungry. And where are we all going today? And who's paying? Okay. We're all going to Crispy's for gold curry. Oh, what are you going to pay me, Liminox? What's my salary? Congratulations, Strixer. You joining? No salary. What are you? A long-haired freak. For reading on async, Tokyo.rs, right? And Rust async book, maybe. Although I don't know how complete this thing is. Maybe start with these things. Your salary is 3 rocks. I love it, man. There better be good rocks, though. I take my share. All right. What's my share then? I know, Strixer. It's just out there. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Caleb. All right, so we can now do these things, can we? Can we, maybe we can clean this up now. Oh, it looks like I've already done it. Hurrah for me. It's 3 rocks. Nah, I don't wanna own 3 rocks in a company. ACDC rocks. Very good. Very good, Cat Peasant. Are you streaming tonight, CP? Should we do a shout out to Catty Peasant? There you go. Right now, Strixer, I am solving a problem with the code architecture. So I can solve another problem with event handling so that I can solve another problem with tab indices. So we're doing this hunting for tab indices shortly. And just general vibing, right? Okay, so we managed to do this. Let's see how much is broken. Nothing is broken, but we got 46 warnings. All right, so we're gonna look at the event handler let's start off with the first two though, right? Handle messages needs to produce a context. So it does. And we're going to keep reusing that. We have got that one sorted. Thank you. All right, so that one's fine. We got the context. Everything's fine. Taking the components, that's the next thing. We got another untyped context there. Keep copying that one. It's all tickety-boo. Finally, we can call handle. And this is where we're going to make use of the context mostly. All right, so this thing can do an early return. So we're going to move this creation of this thing below, right? Let's do all the stuff that we can that does the return first, right? It's nonsense to not. Off-stream tidying up. Is that allowed? Ooh, for the core event system, the runtime. Start with the runtime, but it is a complex project. It's got a handful of lines of code in there. Okay. All right, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to move this up here. Save a little bit. So I didn't quite get what you were going to do with it. Are you, like, yeah, you mentioned like you could store like serialized traffic and everything and do all those things, right? Just about here and there, Strixer. A few different places. So we can move this thing up here as well, all right? Ship, that was the wrong thing. That's what I want to move up. Anything that causes an early return. Oh, balls. Shh, don't say that. I deleted the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Then we can condense this a little bit. All right, and the component, the context is created there. This one should come at the top. Yeah, that's good. Seems like a cool idea though, right? User space, toy ground, playground, networks. Could you do something cool in terms of like performance? Can you create like multiple fake network devices as well and just like set up fake networking for testing network libraries? Would that be a thing? I have no idea how this stuff works, right? I just watch you change bits and be like, okay, cool. And now sandwiches. All right, now we're going to have to start digging into all these things because there's no way this is all implemented. Oh yeah, look at that. Panic, 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 right? That sort of thing is what you had in mind? Cool. All right, so now parent state as a function. This comes from the component context, right? I don't think this one has a lifetime. Haha, I was mistaken, wasn't I? RF, RT, there you go. All right, now we can change all of this for component context. One day I'll find the letter T. Ooh, Nelly. Okay. Okay, so then we're just going to change this to take component context. Well, that makes this even shorter. Letter C, please. What's the third value? Oh, associated events. Hello. Where do you come from now? We do need these. All right. I just get magical stuff in my clipboard every now and then. Do you guys get that? Now, where do these associated events come from? No. We need to go back to the runtime now. Oh, is this guy, isn't it? We have the associated events everywhere. We just need to pass this on, but not into the context, though. Because then it becomes copy no more. Nothing. I guess we could put it on the component context, couldn't we? Like that. Really bad name, but shh, don't look too close at this thing now. That was interesting. But not that interesting. All right. We're making a new context here, so we need to pass in associated events. Have a good one, Nodash. Thanks for hanging out. Do we really have to pass this in now? Oh. All right. I need some food ideas. Anyone got any ideas? Enchilada would have been pretty good. I'm waiting some chipotle. I'm waiting for some chipotle in adobo sauce. But I don't have any at home, and I don't want to make enchiladas without it. I was thinking about like a chicken tinga when I get that. Could just have like 600 eggs and some rice cakes, right? Yeah, I'm super hungry. Should we take a break here and go and eat some food, and then we'll come back in about half an hour or so, as per usual, and then we continue this thing? For those of you who want to continue the conversations, you can always join us on Discord, where you are free to talk about whatever you want within reason. I will be back. We're just going to find someone to raid. We can raid Theo. I haven't raided Theo in a while. Not sure what they're doing. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back in about half an hour or so, and we'll continue with this thing. So I'm just going to leave a note to myself. You are here. These events needs to reach the component. there we go. I'll be back in about 30 or 40. Okay, bye for now.